Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. Oh my gosh. The lawyers decided to become lawyers today. Everyone decided they were going to wake up, and on Friday, amidst like a day of meetings and frustration, the lawyers decided we're going to actually try a case. We're 3 weeks into a trial that was supposed to last a total of 3 weeks. And on day 15, we finally get fireworks. What the actual, I can't curse in the first 2 minutes of video. Things, lots and lots of things. It's Friday though, so we're going to recap some of the funny stuff. And honestly, I was looking at other stuff I could cover, and I don't know that there was anything else I could cover today because today's shenanigans, not shenanigans, just courtroom was too much to actually analyze. So, what do you think? Do we go ahead and get rolling? What are you guys doing? How was your week? What are you drinking? Where are you? What do you, just all the things. Sorry, I am so scatterbrained. It is beyond wild right now. I'm all over the place right now. Oh, so many things. Yeah. Yeah. So it's Friday. Let's do this. We're going to roll the intro, come back. We've got some people drinking cherry limeade soda and pizza in Connecticut. That's fantastic. Diet Coke in Minnesota. Let's roll the intro. I'll pull some of those things up, and then we'll get back into a little bit of this fun and talk about some Murdaugh, because Murdaugh, man, just you know what? I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We are back. We're back. Rob forgot to pee. No, he didn't. He remembered to pee. He did. That's what I do before I jump on a live stream. Remember to pee. Do the things that you have to do. Enjoying Merlot in Dublin, Ireland. Hey, Dublin. Sprite and cinnamon rolls in New Jersey. Fantastic. Cinnamon rolls sound great. We heard stuff about donuts today. Kansas and white hot chocolate. That sounds wonderful. La Croix while walking home. Smoothie in the New Forest, UK. Awesome. Bourbon, South Carolina. If you are in South Carolina, bourbon is objectively the appropriate drink for today. It's just that day. Macadamia latte tonight in Seattle. That sounds wonderful. Woohoo. Friday night indeed. Dr. Pepper. Yes. In Minnesota. Wonderful. Old fashioned. Oh, my drink of choice in California. That sounds wonderful. Diet Dr. Pepper in Pennsylvania. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are going to notice a new member to the chat tonight. After some discussions with some of my colleagues on YouTube, you guys will see Nightbot is there. That is there kind of at the request of mods and others, because I like to make sure that people are being reminded of the rules, but I don't want to make too much work for my mods. And there was a rule that we've kind of had to institute because the chat tends to fly a lot and I tend to get very distracted. So please, if you can this evening, no more than 3 emojis in a row. Please. I want to make sure that people can engage in the chat, keep on topic. Let's have some fun. Let's break down Murdaugh, and let's everyone just take a deep breath. That's what we're going to do right now. Everyone just breathe in and breathe out. Murder in, murder out. Oh my gosh, too much. Okay. In order to help me break down some of this, you guys might know and love a certain person I'm going to bring onto this live stream. He hasn't seen a minute of today's testimony. And honestly, I watched it at 2x the whole, in the last time, because I was all crazy today. All over the place. So let's go ahead and see if we can't surprise someone who has not seen any of this testimony, and we can talk about it a little bit. Ian, how you doing, my friend?
I am tired, and I have no business being tired because I went to bed at like 10 and got up at like 8, and I woke up and I felt great. And then midway through the day, it was just like, oh my God. So That's fun. But yeah, I've been busy all day, so I haven't been able to watch Murdaugh. What up until now, everyone's been saying it's the most boring trial ever. Apparently, that changed today.
Changed yesterday afternoon. Like I honestly, so I had trial yesterday afternoon, and by the grace of all things amazing, get to court. Which is this how you have these cases, right? You get all the way to the courthouse steps, and right outside the courtroom, and that moment kind of brings the parties to a head. They kind of understand, and they're realizing in that moment, maybe I would like to discuss settlement. Maybe I can be a little bit more compromising in my position, right?
It happens all the time in criminal law.
And it's the best when you have good opposing counsel who's there to offer sage advice to their client. And honestly, it's one of the best things in the world when you have opposing counsel that's competent on the other side, because they can tell their client, you might not want to proceed. These are the reasons why. And in family law cases, especially, you have parties where if you put them on the stand, you know that that family is going to have a lot of difficulty going forward. So you try to avoid doing that. I'm saying all of that to say that we were able to settle in the very beginning, right at that last minute before the judge called the case. It was fantastic.
And then you've got the whole rest of the day just to yourself.
Oh, yeah, but then you're playing catch up on all this stuff, and then whenever there's a whenever you have a trial, you kind of block off everything, and there are emails and messages and phone calls that kind of backlog. And there was quite the backlog. So today was a lot of meetings and phone calls, and I listened to all of the testimony on 2x speed, and hearing some of the stuff on 2x speed was a lot. It was a lot. So, anyways, Ian, do you have a cocktail present?
I've got scotch.
That sounds like a wonderful thing to have. I am very excited for the scotch that you have in that moment.
I might later on make myself a, what do you call it? A paper plane. I feel like it's a paper plane kind of day.
Is it?
Have you ever had a paper plane?
I don't know. What's a paper plane?
Oh, we're gonna have to fix that.
We're gonna have to fix what?
You're gonna have to try a paper plane.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They are
what's in the paper plane?
Bourbon, Amaro Nonino, what's the other one? Aperol and lime juice. The first three taste like a lemon drop, and then the fourth one tastes like a lemon drop with a slight floor aftertaste. So,
well, the thing is about these cocktails is you want to make sure that the cocktail is mixed appropriately to make sure that you're not over consuming in those moments.
It's like 3 kinds of hard liquor mixed together with lemon juice. So they hit pretty hard.
You know how I can tell that Runkle is playing a game or looking at something other than the screen?
I see the hand.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. It's kind of fun. This is my strong hand.
I was like, I noticed. I just was like, all right, we're just gonna let that go.
It's fantastic. I don't think I've ever laughed so much before. Someone sent this and I was like, how could I possibly use this? And I put on a long sleeve shirt and I threw the hand in. And I was like, oh, this is too much fun, especially when we have the antics in a courtroom that happen like they did today.
Hopefully
oh my gosh.
Hand isn't relevant to courtroom.
It's not
courtroom matters for today.
I don't know if I can ever not live without this. I might need to put this in my suit for the appropriate moment when I'm in a courtroom.
I recommend not doing that. The other thing I recommend not putting in your suit, because I had a moment of terror, is this, which is a fountain pen. And I just had the moment a little bit because I sent my suit off to the dry cleaner and I was like, oh no, please tell me they found that before they did. So, because that has enough ink in it to just really ruin my day.
It does. It's just one of those things. Why are these so much fun? Why are these so much fun? I need these in my life. I didn't know I needed them until they were here. So the pen is thanks to China Me. So those came and they're fantastic and I love them. And we're going to need them as we break through some of the testimony from today's hearing. But I need this hand to move my mouse. So let's see what is going on. Rob, I'm dead. Yeah, the two hands were fantastic. You almost made me spit out my coffee. That's fine. Coffee can be spit out. I have no problem with that. So, Bop It, I object to Bubba having his character maligned today. He caught those chickens fair and square. Bubba was the dog, and Bubba gave me a lot of Zora vibes. Just tons.
I feel
of
like
Zora
this
vibes.
case needed more dog.
It needed a lot more dog and a lot
and less
crazy,
human
and a lot less finances.
Oh well, finances are always the worst part of any court case.
Yeah. Tamitha, thank you for very much the super chat. Drinking champagne tonight for my birthday, but I think champagne should be consumed anytime. It should. It's the beverage of all days and times.
Now I kind of feel like champagne.
Well, you have scotch. Tiffany Bernier drinking Coke in Fairfax County and would like to request this stream be ASMR style because my insomnia is killing me and this case isn't helping. ASMR, let's see if the tiny hand does ASMR on the microphone.
I mean, if needed, I could go to the garage and there could be leatherworking sounds.
That's weird. I don't know. That may feel uncomfortable. But Judy Yachtis, thank you very much. Excited to hear about your future projects with Prototopics and Frosty and Hardy's Travel Agency. I've watched those Hardy Travel Agency live streams. Have you seen any of those?
I have. I'm waiting for. We've talked about doing one with Gimlet, and I'm waiting for it to happen because it needs to happen.
Yeah. So I 100% agree with that. So Maria Sophie, thank you very much. Fresh vanilla slice and coffee from the coffee shop to Moon Bay, Australia. Thank you, Maria. Very appreciated. Rain, thank you very much. Question: have you seen the behavioral panel analysis? I have. And actually, I owe Chase a text message because I was talking with Spidey about it yesterday. I think they're right, but about the wrong conclusion. I'll get to that maybe towards the end of the stream, but I also want to talk to Chase first. So that's on my to-do list this weekend, is to have a conversation with Chase, because I think that their analysis is spot on. I just think their conclusion might be swayed by some of the forensics that we have. So we'll get to that. The Porsche Lynn, thank you very much. Hi from Bama. My theory on the state's case. Oh, a video. He lied. Let's make lack of evidence the evidence. Not guilty to me right now. Almost fell asleep today. If you almost fell asleep today, we're going to try to wake you right back up, because today was interesting. The Lauren, thank you very much. With forensics, we get called and arrive all the time and actually testify 1 out of 10 times. It's fun in Maryland with 3-hour drives. Get there and they plead. Yeah, but honestly, it's a better result for all parties in a lot of cases, especially family law cases. I think the family law cases are very unique in this regard. In a civil case, you sue over breach of contract, you get your money out of the contract, you win a judgment, you start collecting, right? That's the end of the case. In a criminal case, you put the person away, they're in jail, that's the end of the case. In a family law case, you are putting one parent up against another parent, and they have to continue to co-parent. It's very unique in that regard. And sometimes, at least I try to dissuade from very, very aggressive litigation tactics. And I try to give my clients the best information, both as to the financial costs and the emotional costs, both in actually testifying and the aftermath.
Let's get you hating each other, because you're going to have to deal with each other for the rest of your lives.
And it doesn't make for good family dynamics. It really doesn't. But thank you. Rain, thank you very much. Oh my God, is that the Selma Blair tiny hand? They are tiny hands. They're tiny hands. We're having fun. Heart-shaped Isle, thank you very much. Closed caption translation has been both hilarious and ironic, trying to deal with the Southern drawl. Murdaugh family became murder family.
I mean,
hi from Tasmania, Australia.
Just gonna go ahead and say,
if the shoe doth fit, you just, yeah. Baby Gator Bubba pleads the fifth. Bubba does indeed. Bubba had nothing to do with this. Vez from Quebec, thank you very much. Hardy, call you that glitter guy. I know he did. I saw that. The glitter guy. Frustrating. Pixie 78. Bubba is living his best life now with Blanca. Blanca is awesome. I'm going to pause at a couple parts of her testimony because she definitely she definitely made me feel some things today. Agatha Rose, thank you. Thank you, Rob. I look forward to this every week. It's like a nice break from my busy life. Thank you, Agatha. KS Girl Friday, thank you very much. Did you decide what to do with the wings roulette for Super Bowl? Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 platters. I'm gonna do one. Oh, I didn't tell you this, Ian, yet. So Super Bowl weekend is this weekend. It's sports ball, Ian. Big sports ball event.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of it. I just didn't know it was actually this weekend.
It's this weekend. So you know how we did the Hot Ones challenge?
Yep.
With all the wings and all the hot sauces?
Yep.
And how even you displayed with your iron stomach.
Some of the top ones are they come to play.
They did not mess around. So I decided it would be a great idea that I would create 2 sets of wings. One is the standard set of wings, traditional buffalo sauce, mild/medium. The other one I'm calling wing roulette.
Your friends are gonna not talk to you after this. You know that, right?
It's wing roulette. It's not my choice. They get to choose the wing that they pull off of that platter.
Yeah, they're still not going to talk to you after they get like the last dab.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm going to do the last dab. I think the last dab, I feel like for liability purposes, I kind of have to disclose it's the last dab.
Yeah, I'm like, I would put it in if it was wing roulette for me, but
I told you, my friend that was doing it alongside, he threw up after the last dab. So I don't think I can put that on a platter in front of other people.
Yeah, as much as it was exciting, neither of us threw up afterwards.
Yep. True. Gamer Ducko, thank you very much. Unpopular opinion. The financial stuff was grueling, but it makes testimony like today hit different. I have an opinion on that too, and harder because of the built character. I have an opinion on that, and I want to lay this out for Ian, kind of as a slow roll, as we get into this. Nick Loss, thank you very much, my friend. Coffee and painkillers. Pro tip: don't carry your new armchair upstairs when you already had a torn meniscus. That is a foolish idea. And even the most stubborn of individuals should sometimes listen to don't like wait till you get the second set of hands, wait till you get another friend to help you. Please don't do that. Nicholas, I hope you're recovering. Lauren R, thank you very much. The tea was piping hot today. Blanca, indeed. The neurodivergent counselor. Tiny humans at work kept me busy and tired this week. But I got all the hugs after being in DC last week, so I may end up as replay crew, but still want to send my support. Tiny hand is making me laugh, though. Thank you, neurodivergent counselor. I hope you have a wonderful rest, and replay crew, as always, is very much appreciated. Hi to the replay crew. Thank you very much. If you guys are first joining the stream, or if you're on replay, if you don't mind, because I never remember to ask this, please like and subscribe to the content and that of my guest, Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Like the video, it does help draw attention to the stream so that people can see 2 trial attorneys break things down. And yes, for those of you who are just catching this for the first time, and I apologize for not introducing myself, I am Rob from the channel Law and Lumber. I am a divorce and domestic relations trial attorney and bankruptcy litigator as well. And then to my side is Ian Runkle. And Ian, if you can just give people a brief hello.
Hello, I do criminal defense and firearms law here in Canada, so that's my shtick. I'm also at Runkle of the Bailey.
Yep, that's fantastic. Charlie Raven, did you catch the mention of the setting the house on fire? I did. We'll talk about that briefly. Ellen, not Sarah, Lee Hogue. Moffat on Monday wanted me to send a hello. He has the flu and not feeling well. Glitter to everyone. Thank you very much, Ellen. Virginia Tracy, Ian, is the pen a TWSBI? What is the TWSBI?
Yes, it is their eco model. So well spotted.
My word. Yeah, seriously. Here for years. Thank you very much. Do you think Buster Murdaugh killed Stephen Smith? Yes or no? I don't know. I know it's a yes or no question, but I can't give it. I don't know. We'll see. Nick Loss, thank you very much. Super Bowl, a 4-hour commercial interrupted by hand egg throwing. Yeah, kind of. Lindsay, does that glitter guy know the Umbrella Man? No, but apparently we now have something in common, a yodeling pickle. However, so let's get into the topic of today. I have to swoop before we get into the topic today. Swoop and then topic. And we're going to swoop because we caught up on super chats and we have to swoop.
What's the
Say it one more time.
What is the swoop for?
Because chat demands swoop.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Murdaugh trial, Ian, we've talked about this thing, and I think that we have felt like we've talked about it ad nauseum. But this week we had a lot that drove everyone to the brink because the state last week was permitted over objection to introduce evidence of financial crimes. They were allowed to flaunt out the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is, quite honestly, probably the least ethical attorney that could have. Tom Girardi would give him a run for his money, but he's up there.
I mean, my principal was disbarred for financial issues, so
it happens, and it shouldn't, but it does. And honestly, so yesterday in the trial, to give you an example of how horrible this human being is, I'm not trying to make it like worse than it is, but yesterday in the trial, the state put up a witness at the end of the day, or was that was yesterday? No, it was today. Satterfield. No, that was yesterday. Yesterday, the state put up a witness who was a young man who was the son of the former person that took care of the house. And I think you might have heard the story. The person that tripped on the steps, personal injury, fell, ended up in a coma, and died a few weeks / months later, right?
Huh, that's exceptional.
It is exceptional. The more exceptional part is that Mr. Murdaugh referred him, the son, after meeting him at the funeral, referred him, well, he knew him beforehand, but he referred him out to his friend to file a lawsuit against Mr. Murdaugh for personal injury / wrongful death because Mr. Murdaugh had the insurance. So sue him, have the insurance pay out for the benefit of the family. That is the theory.
Okay.
What did Mr. Murdaugh do?
Reached out to the friend?
Think worst thing that could happen in this result.
There's so many bad options.
In your list of 1 through 10, where would you place the following scenario? Mr. Murdaugh files a lawsuit against the policy, tells the son that he's working hard on it, that he is hoping to get a judgment that's going to put $100,000 in the hands of both of the children. And then instead, while continuing to tell them that he's working on it, pockets several $1 million, does not tell them that he received any settlement whatsoever. And it's not until after the murders have taken place that the son discovers that that all of this was a scam and that Mr. Murdaugh pocketed all of the money from the settlement.
Yeah, that's like a 13.
With 10 being the worst.
Yeah, it's real bad.
It was brutal. So that is the character of the person we're talking about. But as I know that Ian and I have talked about in the past,
I mean, this makes me the thing is in some ways him being so terrible makes me think that, there's actually potential other explanation, which is I could totally see somebody showing up to kill Murdaugh and running into someone else.
And that's the theory about this. That's one of the defense theories. That's one of the defense theories, is that someone else did this.
I mean, there's so much motive to take out Murdaugh.
Now, have you heard about the boat incident?
No. Is this also going to make me sad?
Mad.
There's a lot of overlap between those two.
So The boat incident. Here is the boat incident. Paul Murdaugh, the son, the one that deceased. Okay. So Paul Murdaugh has his older brother's ID. Uses the older brother's ID to bop around and pop into different liquor stores, etc. Buy
As
some
one
booze,
does.
as one does with a fake ID that's their brother's.
I mean, this
Buy
is
some booze.
super common.
Yeah, it is, but it gets worse. He apparently had a habit of doing this, and Mr. Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, owns a boat. And, Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, knew that his son was kind of a reckless person. Knew, as has been testified before, that Paul tended to leave his guns around the property in different locations, which is kind of the definition of someone who's a little bit reckless.
Yeah, I've got some opinions on that too.
Yeah, and gives him the boat keys. And says, "You know what, son, you go out and you take the boat." And the son takes out the boat with several people on board. And let me do this here real quick.
Oh, I'm not going to like this, am I?
You're not. Nope, you're not.
Who
You're not at
died?
all.
How
You're
many?
You're just one. I
mean,
Mallory.
As boating accidents go, that's...
So only one person died, and the name of that person was Mallory Beach. And I'm sorry to the chat for doing this ahead of time, but I feel like there's some context needed to the story because we have to add a little bit of things to this. So this is Mallory Beach. That's the young lady whose life was taken short. Now, there's speculation that Paul may have been intentionally driving the boat in such a fashion as to toss Mallory. There's speculation
so being a stupid
surrounding
kid?
This case, being a stupid kid, right? Mallory dies in this incident. Mallory's family is attempting to get to the scene. The scene is cordoned off by SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and I think local PD. And so Mallory's family is trying to get down there to find out what's going on. They are blocked off. SLED, local PD, etc., whoever is at the scene sees Alex Murdaugh pull up with his family, and they let him right through because his son is down there being questioned.
Mm-hmm.
So that incident occurs, and then son doesn't get charged. Son doesn't get charged at all. And yes, Mallory was missing. So she was missing. They were trying. This was in the course of the search. So the family was trying to find several others, and other people are adding to the story as well. Paul was ejected along with Mallory and her boyfriend, 2 others seriously injured. Boating incident that no one wants to ever think of or be involved in, but there was alcohol involved. Paul was not charged, walks away from the scene.
There's always alcohol involved in these.
Always alcohol involved for some reason. So all of that ends up happening, and Mallory's family gets hooked up with an attorney named Mr. Tinsley. Mr. Tinsley is a plaintiff's lawyer and files a lawsuit against Alex Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and literally every liquor store, booze store, establishment that sold Paul booze. And
which is really what you'd expect.
I thought he got off of it. He was charged, but didn't those charges kind of just disappear? Dick Harpootlian was his lawyer. That gets even better. The defense attorney was his lawyer. Cool. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Alex tries to blame it on the other kid that's in the boat. Yeah, I know. This story is not the main thrust of the point I'm trying to make here.
You can't use that word, right?
The thrust of the argument. Come on. It is common nomenclature, people.
Chat's already getting thirsty. Oh, and another person is asking if it's a TWSBI Eco Pen. Yes, it is.
Look at that. Y'all are sharp.
Yeah. Also, apparently these pens are real popular.
Yeah.
I should just note, nobody paid me. I bought this.
So
This is not a sponsored moment.
The charges against Paul apparently remain outstanding, but don't really go anywhere. So again, deference being shown. And this attorney, Mr. Tinsley, files a lawsuit against Alex Murdaugh and everyone involved. And they meet at a bar conference. And Alex Murdaugh walks up to the attorney and says, "Hey, what the F?" Kind of like, "You're suing me.
Oh, you don't
What's
do
going
that.
on?" And the attorney kind of shoots back and basically says, "Well, you got to come to the table with some cash. Like, I know your insurance policy has this amount of money. You got to bring some cash to the table. And if you bring some cash to the table, something that shows respect and deference to the family and what they lost, maybe we can make it go away. Please settle the case." Yeah. Also, an aside, in this conversation, Tinsley, the plaintiff's lawyer, looks at Alec and says, "I'm going to burn your whole effing house, or I'm going to burn your whole effing house down." Okay. So that is Mr. Tinsley. Now, prior to this, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm giving a lot of like backstory because this is kind of complicated. Well, the entire trial is complicated. Prior to this, come on, Rob, think. I heard the dog bark and I got distracted for a second. Tinsley, get to the
Potter
point.
has thoughts.
Tinsley has filed the lawsuit. Tinsley is initiating discovery to basically try and force a settlement. Some people have opinions on whether that's ethical or not. Honestly, as long as there's a legitimate purpose to the motion, everyone in civil litigation knows motions are intended to increase the pressure of litigation and try to force the hand of a settlement. I don't blame Tinsley for filing a motion for discovery, seeking financials, because that's part of his case.
That's super basic stuff, right?
It's part of his case.
Of course you're going to file that motion. Like, you would be not doing your job if you didn't.
Yeah. During the course of their discovery dispute, Mr. Tinsley finds out that he has stage 4 cancer, as does Mr. Murdaugh's lawyer. Mr. Murdaugh ends up being terminal. Tinsley has stage 4. When I tell you that this story, this entire case, start to finish, could not get more wild, it can't.
Just can't. Is Aaron Brockovich show up to like?
No, because that would make more sense than the rest of that I'm about to tell you.
Oh God.
So Tinsley files a motion to compel because Alex has responded and basically said, "I'm not giving you anything." And yeah, thank you, Kate, for calling this out. Ian, this is the short version. It is. And for those of you in the chat that recognize that I do have ADHD, I am keeping this pretty linear and short. We haven't sidetracked like at all. I'm pretty happy with where we're going with this. So they get cancer. Alex is supposed to respond with a bunch of financial information. He doesn't. Tinsley files a motion to compel discovery. He says, "Give me the discovery," yada, yada. During the course of this dispute, the judge, after discussion with counsel, says, "Well, we're going to continue it into a day when Alex says he will voluntarily comply with the discovery." He's supposed to voluntarily comply. And if that does not occur, then we will set this down for a hearing. The voluntary compliance date was June 10th. That was when he was supposed to turn over the financials.
Okay.
June 10th. Murders, June 7th. This one, June 10th.
That's not great.
The judge doesn't grant the motion to compel. The judge says, "We're going to give him a chance to respond." So the whole like pressure thing, I can see some of the argument, but not a ton of it. I don't see a lot of it there. Now in the back end, Murdaugh has been borrowing money, stealing money from settlements for his own purposes. He created an entirely different account that was named the identical name of the company that was the legitimate annuities account where all the plaintiff settlement paid out to. So when he would receive a settlement check that was made out to Forge, yes, Ian, yes, the company that handled the annuities was named Forge.
Why?
The company that was handling the annuities and the payouts was named Forge. So
Can you just
Alex,
make this check out to fraud,
I
please?
can't. I cannot make this up. This is not fake. This is real. This is all real life people. So Alex creates a separate handle. He creates an account under the name of Forge, doing business as Alex Murdaugh, or Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge. One of the ways that lets you deposit it. So Alex starts depositing these settlement checks into fake Forge. So now we have forged Forge, fake Forge. He deposits one of the settlement checks from fake into fake Forge, gets discovered, and then in the course of it, is trying to essentially, it gets so much worse, Ian, gets so much worse, is trying to essentially make sure no one finds out what's going on. Trust me. Tries to find out, tries to make sense that no one's going on. His buddy who sent the original settlement check, because these were two attorneys from two different firms that were co-handling the plaintiff's case, not uncommon, it happens. And at the end of it, the settlement gets paid out to lead counsel. Lead counsel then handles disbursement. Chris Wilson is the one who handles disbursement. Disperses a $750,000 check. The check goes to Forged, not Forged, Forge. Alex then deposits that in his own account, and the firm later starts asking questions and saying, hey, we were supposed to get that disbursement. Why don't we have it yet? They ask Chris Wilson, who gave the disbursement. Chris says, oh no, I gave it. And then the firm kind of says, we don't have it. And then you have Wilson and Murdaugh who are like, Murdaugh is going, oh, don't worry, I've got it. Trust me, it's sitting there. Wilson's like, it's not in my account, Alex. Where the hell is it? And then all of a sudden, Wilson is going, I have to issue this new check to the law firm because you deposited incorrectly. Wilson says, Alex, you got to give me the money back so I can give it over to the real Forge account. Alex then goes to his
forged account.
Oh, it gets so much worse. Alex goes to his bank, Palmetto State Bank, where Alex has had a working relationship for quite some time. And Alex has money in the bank, but not a ton of money. And Alex says, hey, bank, I'm going to issue this check. He issues a check against his own personal checking account for like $360,000. And all of a sudden, the check ends up in Chris Wilson's account. Chris Wilson deposits it.
I'm just going to say, if I ever write you a check for that kind of money, don't cash it because it's not going through.
Well, it didn't. It didn't, because what happens is Alex Murdaugh's bank account shows as being over withdrawn to the tune of $350,000.
Yeah, that's what would happen with my account too. It's like, that entire check is not present.
But what does the bank do? Working relationship with the Good Old Boy Club. What does the bank do?
Oh, you're not telling me they spotted him the money.
They use their general ledger fund with no documentation of the loan and spotted him the money. I have broken Ian, and we're not even to the good part yet.
Bank, why aren't you doing this for me? Am I not a good customer that you could just give ridiculous amounts of money to with no oversight? And
here's one of the best part. Creighton Waters is the lead prosecutor in the case, and I have been very critical of him because he does not know how to ask
the best part yet.
The Creighton Waters does not know how to ask a non-leading question. However, this was one of his shining moments in the trial.
I thought weird for a prosecutor.
It was terrible.
Because prosecutors normally all you have to do is just ask and then what happened? Yeah. And then what, we make fun of prosecutors for that.
So Creighton Waters has the new CEO, because the old CEO, Mr. Lafitte, I am not making these things up, people. His name was Lafitte.
Like the Mr. pirate?
Like Lafitte.
Like the pirate.
Sure. I didn't actually make that connection, but now that you say it, yes, the pirate. Holy crap, I was joking more about the lay feet. Now I'm thinking pirate. I'm like, this just makes more sense. Either way, Mr. Lafitte was the previous CEO of the bank. He was the one that authorized that transaction. He has since been criminally prosecuted and pled out. He acknowledges what he did was a crime, financial crime, etc. Great. But when the prosecutor, Creighton Waters, is asking the questions, says, and that dollar figure, that line item right there, what is that? That's overdraft. So $5 on a $350,000 overdraft. $5.
I mean, I'm taking that and I'm moving to Costa Rica. I'm on a plane that same day.
This case, Trixie, is the epitome of, but wait, there's more.
And yet so much less at the same time.
So Tinsley gets on the stand. And now there was a previous witness in the trial, Ms. Shelley, who testified, this was the caretaker to Paul Murdaugh, or Alex Murdaugh's mom. Caretaker was there 24-hour care. And Alex Murdaugh, you recall, will have left the property and went to visit his mom. The caretaker testified. It was really tense. None of the attorneys let her speak. They cut her off left, right, and center. It was rather disrespectful. So Ms. Shelley, now this part's kind of, I don't like it. Ms. Shelley's family, the day after she testifies, rather at the end of her testimony, her family sets up a GoFundMe. And the GoFundMe is set up to basically say she testified against Mr. Murdaugh, facing essentially the establishment. Please, let's help her keep her on her feet. Look, the motivation, I'm all for it. I think the motivation is wonderful. Let's help her, because after testifying in a case like that against the Good Old Boy Club, her having a career the same that she would have had is difficult. However, here's the one problem. She was still under subpoena, subject to recall. Creates a challenge. It creates a challenge. I didn't like it.
Say.
She didn't set it up. Her family set it up for her. I'm not going to attribute to malice that which is explained by, what was it, ignorance? Or just I don't know that itself is the problem.
I feel like this one is just that which is explained by the fact that everybody lives in the Twilight Zone.
Here's the problem. They did so much of this. They did so much of this financial stuff in camera because they had to preview it for the judge to say why it was relevant. Right? Judge, this is why I get to bring in the finances. As a part of that, Mr. Tinsley testified in the in-camera testimony to determine whether it was admitted. So Mr. Tinsley has already taken the stand. Judge says
Tinsley's a lawyer too, right?
Yes, he's the plaintiff's lawyer. Takes the stand. The judge says we're going to bring in the finances, and the state starts recalling the financial witnesses to get it in front of the jury. In the course of that, they call Ms. Shelley, who testifies in the presence of the jury, before Mr. Tinsley takes the stand for the second time, this time in front of the jury. Now, we discover something interesting, and here's where I'm going to play a clip for you. And chat, please let me know if you can hear this. I really hope you can, because I really don't want tech issues right now. Okay. Let me know if you can hear this. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Oh, closed captions unavailable. I'm sorry. I would love the closed caption. I can't. I'm going to play this. Listen to this argument.
Okay. Yes, sir.
This is something new that has come up, Your Honor. I'm sure Your Honor recalls the testimony of Shelley Smith this Monday. And her testimony was, let's say, somewhat malleable. We've discovered late last night that a GoFundMe page was set up for Ms. Smith, soliciting donations until the wording was changed during the testimony of the last witness. It read that my mother was caretaker for Alex Murdaugh's mom. She recently had to testify against him, and goes on to say, I want to reward her for her bravery and honesty. The very first donation made on this GoFundMe page, which was made shortly after it first went up last night, was made by attorney Mark Tinsley, who paid her $1,000, presumably following the description of this in consideration of her testimony.
In consideration of her testimony is just like
screenshot showing that. Shortly after Mark Tinsley's name actually appeared as the donor for $1,000, he removed his name, and it now appears as anonymous. But I'm told the Attorney General has confirmed with Mr. Tinsley that he admits he did make this payment to the witness in the middle of trial, who is still under subpoena.
And therefore,
Your Honor, and therefore, the defense.
What do you mean, and therefore?
And
on what basis?
Your Honor, the legal standard here is difficult to find. I cannot, searching Westlaw, find a single case.
And he's right. I went through and looked through Westlaw, and I went through my Westlaw Access, Lexis Access, and tried to find a case where something like this or identical to this happened. And it
Yeah, but this
hadn't. I
is
couldn't
like
find anything.
this is one of those things where it's like, sure, we don't have any case law because the result is freaking obvious.
It is just it makes you feel like just a certain kind of way. And then the other funny thing, here's the funny
You
thing
know,
about this
every
one.
lawyer has these moments where you're like, am I a good lawyer? Like,
Oh, he was
and then you hear this stuff and you're just like,
re- just remember, this is the guy that looked up to Alex and says, I'm gonna burn your house down. That's what he said to him. And so this is the gentleman who's, if you look at the mouse, this is the guy. This is the other thing about this trial that I have just found absolutely wild. There are no rules excluding these witnesses from the courtroom. None.
wait, they're allowed to
He's
sit
in the
and watch
courtroom.
this?
He is in the courtroom. He's right there in the gallery. My mouse is over his lapel.
How?
So he's allowed to sit in the courtroom while this motion is being argued, calling into question his ethics and his motivations behind testimony. He's just in the courtroom.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, so this gets brought up and the judge makes the point of saying, show me the rule and show me the case, why I should exclude his testimony, not allow you to cross him on it. Cause that's a logical thing, right? Excluding a witness's entire testimony. I know that your gut's going to tell you here.
Yeah, I feel like it is still the right call to exclude his testimony.
I would
actually go so far as to say if they can establish that she knew she'd received the money, to exclude hers as well.
That's what I'm saying. This case is really interesting.
How did it get so interesting when, like, before it was super
boring?
Know.
Ian, I don't know. Someone explain it to me, because it was miserable. It was literally miserable up until the last half of yesterday. And then all of a sudden, it gets spicy. People woke up and decided, I'm going to be an attorney today.
I mean, I would have said that people should be going to jail over this.
You know the best part about this, Ian? I have given you the background. We haven't gotten to today's testimony yet.
Like, hey, congratulations. We've heard about what you did. You don't get to be a lawyer no more, because we have some thoughts, and those thoughts are mostly along the lines of what and the fuck. Sorry, it's only 47 minutes in, but
that's that. You know what?
Like,
though?
that is a summary of our opinions on this.
That is fair. I'm going to test the volume. I'll do it real quick to the chat. Can you hear when I say what and the? Is that too loud?
It's real quiet, actually.
Still quiet.
Yeah, it's quiet.
Oh, that's a shame, because I'm going to need this in a minute. So I need to make sure that volume goes up a little bit. Let's see. How about that? Why is it not being loud?
I mean, that works.
Oh, I think I figured out.
There we go. That's better.
Okay, good. I'm going to need that. I really need that, because all of a sudden, a trial that became bogged down in finances, where I lost everything. I think I used every idiom I could think of. Lost the forest for the trees. Just we're in the weeds. We're off the rails. Creighton had one that was great. He's out over his skis. Just everything. And then all of a sudden, things start to get really interesting towards the end. And the most interesting stuff is stuff happening outside the courtroom for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I'm a lawyer and I see a GoFundMe related to a case I am active on, my response is something along the lines of, oh my God, no.
So, and I want to bring this one up. So this Nancy Chadwick, I see that. There was a donation from Dick Harpootlian and one from Poot. There was one from his attorney, Philip Barber. Here's the difference. These ones that you're referring to, and thank you for the super chat and bringing this to my attention because I did want to mention it. These ones that you're mentioning here were not acknowledged, to my knowledge, they were not acknowledged by either of these persons as being legitimate. When you deposit or when you make a contribution to a GoFundMe, you can put any name you want that makes the deposit.
I was just thinking that, and I was just thinking, if somebody put my name in on one of those things and I wasn't involved, I would be launching a campaign to find out who it was and to tear them to the ground.
And here's the caveat. Here's the caveat. Just a second. Here's the caveat. The caveat is that the state confirmed with Mr. Tinsley that this was, in fact, him that made the deposit. And he confirmed it. The state confirmed that on the record.
This is the point where you should also be like, I am pleading the fifth.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the problem. And this is a good question. Thanks for bringing this up. Can you actually break down the problem with Tinsley? Because it seems dumb and ill-advised, but can be explained by not malice. So why are we so angry? So much of this is he's a lawyer and should know better. When a witness is under subpoena, the rules restrict what that witness can or cannot do. And the rules, when active trial is proceeding, inhibit attorneys who are licensed from doing certain things to modify or to interfere or to suggest that one person testify a certain way. Yeah. I can't look at a witness on the stand and wink at them and say, wink, wink, you're doing a great job when they're on the stand. Now, this becomes important in this particular instance because of one specific thing. She was not released from her subpoena. She is subject to recall by the state in their redirect, and she's subject to call by the defense in their case in chief. We are still in the prosecution's initial case. The defense has their own case that they're allowed to put on, and they can call their own witnesses, and they can control the scope of testimony in their direct case. Example, in the prosecution's case in chief, they can have Ms. Shelley testify to things that occur on day one. Right? Day one. And if they limit the scope of that testimony to day one, the defense is limited to what they can ask to things that happen on day one. That's the rule. The direct sets up the scope. The cross-examination is limited to the scope that was set up by the direct. That's how it goes.
That I find weird because in a lot of places you can just cross-examine on, like, I know this is the witness, they're there.
And this is why I think I differ from some of the attorneys who are having an opinion on this one. Let's say that that witness is subject to recall, or the defense wants that witness to testify to things that happen on day 6. Just pick day 6. Yeah. If the prosecution calls and limits that witness to testimony of things that happen on day 1, the defense cannot go to day 6. Outside the scope of direct, objection, sustained, cannot go to that realm because the prosecutor has not opened that door. But let's say the defense wants that person to testify to things that happen on day 6. So they put them on their witness list and they call them in their own case. After the state is done, they rest, the defense puts on their own case. Then this witness gets up on the stand several days later and testifies to the scope of examination that the defense wants to lay out. Now, you can't cover the same things that were covered earlier. You can only go into new territory. That's the rule. Only go into new territory. You can't go back and relitigate things that were already litigated. But the defense is saying we're testifying to day 6. Let's say that there's some inconsistency that comes up in the defense's case, and the prosecution says the defense had testimony about day 4. Well, we didn't ask that after the defense rested their case. We want to bring on a rebuttal case. And now we want Ms. Shelley to testify to things that happen on day 4. Well, we didn't call her and have her talk to day 4 in that first time. And the defense didn't call her and talk about day 4 in the second time. They talked about days 1 and 6. So in our rebuttal case, because the defense said something happened on day 4, we want to call her. I hope I haven't lost you guys, because every different element of testimony is constrained by the specifics of what they're being called to testify to. Now, while this witness is under subpoena, there are certain things that restrict their conduct. They can't behave imprudently. And a lawyer who is also under subpoena but has an added obligation as a member of the bar knows certain things. If during the course of a trial, a witness who is not yet released from their subpoena, who is usually admonished at the end of it, and this judge hasn't done this, but it's a standard rule. At the end of that person taking the stand, you will oftentimes hear a judge ask the prosecution, is this witness subject to recall? You guys have seen it in other trials. The judge will look at the prosecution and say, is this witness subject to recall? And the prosecution will say yes or no. And then the judge will look at the defense and say, is she subject to recall? And the defense will say, yes, we would like to reserve the right to call her. At that point in time, the judge looks at the witness, says, you're not to discuss your testimony, yada, yada, gives the admonishment, and the witness leaves, but then is able to come back and testify because they've been told you're not allowed to do anything that would influence your testimony. Now, let's say hypothetically that witness gets off of the stand and then goes home and is sitting there and they know they're subject to recall. And you're right, Andra, that's why this is kind of a question. If the judge had done that, I think this would be, if the judge had done that, I am firmly in Ian's camp. Firmly. That Tinsley should not be permitted to testify and that Ms. Shelley's testimony has a risk of being stricken. That's with that caveat. If the judge had given that statement and that admonishment, but the judge hasn't, because this jurisdiction doesn't seem to exclude witnesses from being in the presence of other witnesses, which is wild to me. But in either event, witness goes home, has the day to think to themselves, and then gets a phone call from somebody else who says, hey, if you're subject to being recalled, don't forget to say this. Now do you start to see a problem? Now let's say that has money tied to it and says, thank you for testifying
appears to be the
honestly.
kangarooest of courts.
I know, but let's say there's money tied to it. And the money says, thank you for testifying honestly, which carries with it a certain suggestion.
Yep, that I liked what you said so far, and I'd like to hear more of that.
And let's say that it happens to be a member of the bar who knows all of these rules ahead of time. So I hope that I've kind of made the point to the chat. Now, I think that the caveat is here, the judge didn't give the admonishment. And it was not, and the instruction was not requested. And I think that the defense would have been in their right. And had I been the defense in this case, I would have told the judge at the end of every witness testifying to please instruct the witness not to speak about their testimony, that they are subject to recall. I would have also asked the judge to exclude every witness who has the potential of testifying from the courtroom so they can't hear what's being said. Specifically,
this is an application I've made at every trial I've ever been in, if the Crown hasn't. Like,
I know. But specifically this guy who's sitting here listening to the other attorney, this gentleman for the defense, get up there and talk about the GoFundMe contribution. He's sitting here listening to this argument before he takes the stand.
Yeah. Do you not think he's going to, be thinking of how he works around that?
Oh, so as this is going on, and let me give you, we'll just finish this clip.
In which a prosecutor has put tries to put to the jury a lawyer who has already testified he has a direct financial interest in the outcome of this case, who is also making monetary payments.
That's the other caveat. Sorry, forgot that part. Tinsley is still representing the family in the wrongful death lawsuit.
And he's getting a contingency, isn't he?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
He needs to stop being a lawyer like yesterday.
Tinsley, and the thing is, the chat's going to have opinions about that. They like Tinsley. They liked what he said. The defense didn't cross him, and I'm going to get to that in a second. I'm just speaking about
you can like the guy, but like still.
Rob is jealous because this guy's yellow tie and his went missing. LOL. No, I don't. I just think that
I don't know where that tie is.
I have been watching this trial, and I'm just going, every single day is the wildest thing. I'm like going, what the hell is happening? So he has a financial incentive in how the testimony goes in this case, because if the testimony goes a certain way and it makes Alex Murdaugh look even more guilty, then he can use that in his future case against the estate to try and get money out of the insurance company.
Wow. Just wow.
Okay. Yeah. That's a fair assessment, MB. I choose Tinsley over Jim or Dick anytime. That's a fair assessment. I don't blame you. I don't blame you guys for making a judgment on any of these lawyers. I was frustrated the whole trial. I've been frustrated the whole trial. Yep, I have felt icky the whole trial. Every part of this has made me uncomfortable. I don't like this trial. But you know what? So funny. Yeah.
Payments to prosecution witnesses during the trial. Your Honor, I believe that this is a question of first impression. And because it's a question of, I understand that the facts here in this case are disturbing. But because it's a question of first impression, I would respectfully urge the court to keep in mind the aphorism that bad facts make bad law. You know, a prosecutor, to my knowledge, to Westlaw's knowledge, has never before done this.
What's improper about what he did?
About what Mr. Tinsley did?
Yes.
He made a financial payment to a witness in the middle of a trial that he has a financial interest in the outcome of. He has testified. He was under
I feel like
subpoena.
this.
He's still under subpoena. He made a $1,000 payment as a reward for her honesty, testifying in a matter that he has testified that he has a direct financial interest in.
Well, that would be good fodder for cross-examination.
No, that's good
Your
fodder
Honor,
for
I respect the court's
an
ruling.
appeal at this point. If you're
Not going to strike his testimony. It may be good fodder for cross-examination.
Okay.
Yes.
This is getting appealed.
Issue, given the testimony.
Okay. So that's the end of that clip.
This is getting appealed. So appealed.
Isn't this going to be interesting? And people are asking, what's the financial incentive? He didn't have an incentive. He did. He did. It might be attenuated, like it might be a little bit down the road. But let's say hypothetically that you have a case that you're trying against the estate of you're trying against Alex Murdaugh, and that as your case in chief, you have to prove that he knew that this was a problem. Do you think that a state prosecution that establishes that this incident was motivation enough to murder his own family, do you think that might assist you in demonstrating to a civil court that he should be held liable for the wrongful death of the person when that accident was kind of grounds for him committing a murder of somebody else? The outcome of the case and how the testimony, it just, yeah.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
have to now. Every
It's
time
fine.
that comes up,
It's fine. I have no problem with that. So, Ian, now here's the cool part. The day ends after this. So Tinsley finishes.
none of this is cool. You don't get to use this.
No. So Tinsley finishes his direct examination, and the next day, being today, is supposed to start with cross-examination of Tinsley. And the judge has just hinted that this could be good fodder for you on cross. Now let's play a game. I like this game. What are you doing
The
on
judge
cross?
is just opining. That
through.
doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be.
That's the point. Think it through. What are you doing on cross?
It depends what my strategy is. If my strategy is to appeal out of this, I probably soft play the cross.
That's the answer to this question. Thank you, Ian. That was great. Kestrel, fantastic. Rob, would it still be appealable if Dick and Jim never asked a question on cross? Yes, because the judge allowed him to testify because they wanted his testimony stricken. But if you ask him the questions on cross, are you opening the door for him to say more? And have you maybe lost a little bit of your objection? Because they objected to all the testimony. So I think that this is part of the risk reward situation. And you're wondering, so Ian, you said you might soft play, right?
Yeah, I mean, the danger is that, because the judges said, oh, well, it's going to be great for you on appeal, won't it? The danger is you run a hard cross on the guy. And then later the Court of Appeal is like, well, sure, it went in, but you agreed that the cross would, you effectively agreed that the cross would solve it. You ran your best cross, and that we think is sufficient remedy. So the problem is that you never know what the Court of Appeal is going to do. So if you don't run the cross, the flip side is they might say, well, you should have crossed. Here's
the risk. You put a lawyer on the stand and a trial lawyer at that.
He's always the worst case scenario for for a witness.
Because they know where you're trying to go,
Yep.
and they know the answers that they want you.
And he's
They
already
know.
been sitting there, hearing your argument ahead of time.
Oh, it's so scary.
So I was a witness at one point to an impaired driver, and they set it down for trial, and the defense lawyer found out that I was, that the witness was defense counsel, and they pled it out. And I'm like, yep. Yep.
Yeah. There's speculation that Tinsley dared the defense to ask on cross. I would have. If I had heard the judge just say, you can ask me.
Yep.
I would have walked right up to the defense and be like, come on, go ahead and ask. Because here's the thing. This last question, what could he possibly have that would cause him not to ask? It's not what he has, it's what he can say.
Yeah.
You ask the wrong question, and even if you asked all of the right questions,
I didn't give the money to encourage testimony one way or another, but I was struck by the pure, honest, and very credible nature of her answers, and I was moved by her plight.
Or the Murdaugh family did her so poorly by not giving her a single cent, and I had to give her some money. Like just anything that he says after you ask that question you think is the gotcha moment is so dangerous.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tinsley. So the other thing was in the course of his examination in the in-camera analysis, they're cross-examining him about this motion to compel, right? And the attorney is asking him about the order and says, well, didn't the order not grant the motion? And here's what Tinsley does to give you an idea of how risky this guy is on the stand. Tinsley reaches into his breast pocket
and whips out the order.
Yep. Pre-highlighted.
Now, the thing is I would totally say, like, this guy, this shows that he is clearly tailoring his evidence. That,
he's good. He's good on the stand, Ian. He's a plaintiff's attorney.
Oh, I mean, you do what you can, right? But it sounds to me like this is really not a great situation to be in.
I thought about this for a while, and I was going, because my first gut reaction was go after him. And then I thought about it more and more and more and more. And I was going,
risky.
No, it's too risky. It's too risky. And it's one of those things where you kind of start to wonder. You start to wonder whether Tinsley did that deposit intentionally to try to bait this.
I think that's probably going too far, but
yeah. Only it was not an order. It was an order, but the order didn't grant the motion. The order said if documents weren't provided, then they'd put it back on the docket. It was like super interesting. That was the end of yesterday. So you're sitting here going, overnight is going, I'm not going to miss the beginning of trial. I'm not going to miss the beginning of trial. So now we're going to watch the beginning of trial and kind of how this thing starts. So now we have Mr. Tinsley, who's taking the stand in his other gray vest suit and other yellow tie. The man knows what colors works with him, and he's going to do that. You do you. It works.
I got to say, the yellow tie is not a bad look.
It's not a bad move. I know a lot of good lawyers that do the yellow tie thing.
Yeah, I mean, I managed to acquire one, and so far it's worked out pretty well for me.
I tell you what, they're lucky. For those of you guys who don't know what the heck we're talking about, Ian has a tie of mine that he took when we were back in the Depp trial, and I have not gotten back, and it's now just a running joke every time I see the tie.
It's right there. This is the tie.
Yeah. So, here we go. Mr. Tinsley is approaching the witness stand, and the courtroom is sitting on pins and needles. In the least comfortable witness box I've ever seen in my life. Just terrible. Nothing about this looks comfortable. The entire setting is horrible. The camera microphone is muted in the courtroom, so we can't hear anything right now. So I'm just going to keep commentating. There's a shutter. The shutter in the camera was the shutter of the audience waiting for the cross-examination to begin. Let's go. Come on, people. We can do this. We can cross-examine this witness. Everyone is eagerly awaiting and checking their phones to make sure they have Twitter open, ready to tweet what is going to be said immediately as it's being said. Can we get to cross, please? Jury is walking in. No one has stood for the jury. I don't understand that rule either. The judge has 3 staff right in front of him, which is awesome. Power move. And that witness box again looks.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case. The last objection.
Day number
was
15 of
sustained.
this death march.
And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, damn it.
Just
Creighton.
to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had
This is still
testified
direct.
about
We'll fast forward a minute.
pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay
Leading.
personally, correct?
Leading.
Correct.
Not just the insurance,
Leading.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's
Leading.
correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. That you
Leading.
filed a motion to compel, states 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had.
In October
Leading.
of 2020.
Could I have the Elmo, please? And the screen.
Yeah, this is one of those places where you object just to break the flow.
You
of
do.
it.
But I like the attorney that handles cross. The attorney that handles cross, I think, is the most careful of all of them. Now he lets things go a little bit aside, but he is very careful in how he asks the questions. And as you hear the questioning, because I'm going to fast forward a little bit, Rob, no one cares about leading 10%, 90% of the time. Yeah, but if you don't stop it during the 90%, you can't prevent the 10%. That's the problem. If you don't start objecting, that 10% will kill your case.
And sometimes you do it just to force the other side into, because if you've got somebody who is really in the habit of leading, you can really mess them up just by
Yep. Making them think their questions through. Think Elaine. Your
Yeah.
Honor, leading. Judge, I'm trying. One of the funniest moments ever in all of court. I'm trying, Your Honor. Well, it's not like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Where
And
are we?
ultimately,
Who's
like, trying isn't good enough in a
criminal
in a
case.
trial.
Yeah.
That's
How
not how that
meticulous
works.
Danny Henderson is.
Let's see. Okay, so we got Henderson, and this is how I think let's see here.
He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alex making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the
Your Honor,
explosion.
Object, Your Honor, objection,
Basis for the objection.
foundation.
And exceeding the scope. This is not overruled. It's not
Response.
objection.
Speaking of,
Speaking of response to the objection.
he has
What do you think the judge mood's like? Like, this is the first witness. Judge is like, I didn't ask you for the speaking response. I asked you for the response to the objection.
Yeah.
testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
God.
Foundation and your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Judge is having no
Overrule
bullshit
the
today.
objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Honor. For instance, I had
God.
subpoenaed the phone records,
He's
not
not
only
even
Alex,
answering the
his
question
father's,
anymore.
but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
Intimately, you say?
Yes, Ian. Way to go there, because it's nighttime.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
How are you testifying to that? I'm sorry. I'm going to lose my mind. This is why these witnesses are so dangerous.
He would have.
He knows he can't testify to that. He knows
Yep.
he can't speculate as to what another attorney would or would not have done. But the second the question is asked, he also knows, if I get this out,
It doesn't matter what.
it doesn't matter.
What objection comes in. Yep.
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
He goes, no, not yet.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain, that's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued to it for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Cross. here
Anything
we go.
further?
No, Your Honor.
Let's
Oh,
get
no.
going.
Thank you.
No, wait, it did start with Cross. You guys ruined it.
The next witness.
You didn't ruin it. You did just fine. It did begin with
For a
Cross.
number, by November, I've given that.
Roughly.
Hang on. Sorry. It did begin. I don't want to hear court TV. Go away. That's the yellow tie moment. Now we need silver tie. We need Mr. Tinsley on the stand.
Almost immediately after the mediation, I served some discovery. Again, it's a
Bro,
written question.
Why?
And
Did we not see this?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, want to question and any.
We're back.
Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Did we even start before this? Did I miss the very beginning of trial? This is today. He's on the stand. There were questions asked in Cross.
Now I'm lost.
I am too. I'm frustrated right now. Because this is Tinsley who's on the stand direct. This is the whole day's testimony. He lets the jury in. This is yesterday. I did not boomer this. I refuse to acknowledge that I boomered this. No, because Blanca is on the stand next. I am upset. Did they really not ask him a single question? There was no cross. They didn't even cross him. Oh, shit.
I mean, it's not a bad play.
Either
in
way.
some ways. I mean, you really want to give this guy more room to screw you?
No, I don't. So did I? So I
Cross-examining
must.
this guy is kind
So
of
here's
like,
the thing. I must have blown past Creighton finishing real quick, and then that's the thing. I must have blown past him finishing. Let's see if we can get through it. I'm gonna speed it up. And then I'll stop it there. Ian, you're not allowed to make a comment right now because I know what you're gonna do. Do not.
you know?
I do. I have been on live streams with you enough. I know how your brain works. I know what you're gonna say.
All right, I will make this safe by going to make myself a paper plane.
Do that.
related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I move amendment states 404, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
Come on.
Is that particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Answering that question directly.
Yes.
Wasn't a question pending.
We'll show you how it's marked as states 405. And I'll take a look at that, see if you recognize this.
I do.
All right, tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had
Great.
been assigned the case about the hearing.
It
John
was,
Tiller, who
yes,
was
Cross
Alex
was literally- I
lawyer
wanna
in
get
the
to
boat
that
crash case,
one
was
freaking
diagnosed with
question.
pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run along the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right, and just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled, and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right, so initially the judge denied that continuous request, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference. And at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive and wanting to move this case forward to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving
Court TV
treatment and
doesn't count
was
as-
accommodating.
Court TV counts as day
that. So,
15.
no, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready. And,
It is.
so
It's day
I was back and
1500.
ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
And ultimately you agreed to let this
Yes,
thing be continued.
Loretta,
correct?
we're
did.
fast forwarding because we don't care about this.
We're filing evidence.
Additional question.
Submit it.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen? I need to bring it back to you.
'Cause we
May 5th,
have to get to the
2021.
point.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy.
And we're going to do this
And
because
then
I don't
there-
want to torture you guys with the super ultra fast mode of all of this, because now we still have Creighton Waters walking back and forth. He's walking back and forth still. He's super excited about what he's doing because he's asking financial crimes information. And when he does that, he gets very excited. He gets so thrilled at any prospect of asking our financial crime information. And the other best thing about all of today, best thing, which also is a double-edged sword, we didn't have a single witness other than this brief moment of Creighton Waters asking questions. The flip side of that coin is that we had Dick Harpootlian. So we traded Creighton Waters for Dick Harpootlian. And I think that the chat is probably about as happy as I am hearing either one of those attorneys speaking about any of these cases. Period. Doesn't matter. Wait, is this cross? We're not across yet. Are we across? That's still Creighton. Creighton's still asking questions. Dick Harpootlian and Creighton Waters are two attorneys that I would freaking hate to just so many opinions. Oh, here we go. There's our dude. We're here. We're back. We're back. There's our defense attorney. We found it. That's how small that section is in this entire case. Oh, chat told me the timestamp. I am too just brain. Sorry. But let's go ahead and listen across.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Daly.
Good morning.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on.
Oh shit,
before we
that's
get into some
really
other things.
fast. Sorry.
Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
It's really fast. Hang on. I know we need Ian. We need Ian. So I'm going to do this while Ian's getting his stuff. I'm going to pull up super chats because Ian needs to be back because I need Ian to see this cross and I need him to comment on it. Mandalore Wise, thank you very much. School accommodation issues continue. All they want to allow is quiet setting and 50% extra time for tests. Only 4 assignments out of the 60. I'm working on getting my doctorate for more involved so that I may finally finish my classes. Mandalore Wise, my best of luck to you. I know that accommodations are tough, especially for people that struggle with some ADHD and other neural processing issues. My best wishes to you. Please keep fighting that fight. You can do this. I 100% believe in you. Katri, thank you very much. I need more hours in my day to follow this trial. I need less of this trial and more hours in my day. That sounds wonderful. Less of this trial, more hours in my day. Anna, thank you very much. While at the hospital, he tried to convince the kids to say someone else was driving instead of Paul. I did read reports on that. It hasn't been brought in evidence, though. That's the issue with this case. There's a lot of reports and a lot of stuff that's not making it all the way in. It's kind of interesting. Rain, no, the worst was Dick Harpootlian implying it's all good. The boys ended up with money, okay, right? Yeah, because they got more money after the fact. Yeah, it was cringeworthy. I didn't like it, but that's his job. That is his job. is not to be liked. It is not to say things that don't make you cringe. He could have chosen a different question to ask. It was the dumb question because it sounded that bad. Elizabeth Mullins, thank you very much. While he very well could have done it, I can't stop thinking about the Roden family murders. Family murdered by another family, not unheard of. Fascinating. Amber Polston, thank you very much. I definitely went to the trial too early in the week, but got great insight into the courtroom. There's something shady going on in the defense or with the defense. I don't know. We'll see. They still have to put the case in chief on. Right now, they're in defense mode. Quite literally, they are trying to block information from coming in. That is their job. The prosecution wants to get all the bad stuff in. The defense wants to say, you're going to only get the things in you're allowed to. That's the job. Amanda Hobson just got done answering birthday calls from my family. On catch-up mode right now. Please fast forward to the part where I was 2x. So a bit behind. Now I can settle in with a turtle custard sundae and you folks to end out my birthday. Happy birthday, Amanda Hobson. I hope you enjoy it. She loves this community and they love you. Thank you for being here. Life with Gigi. Thank you very much. The story's not over yet. It's never going to end. Love you guys from Stratford, Ontario. Thank you, Life with Gigi. Vez from Quebec. How to avoid 2 weeks of pain watching this trial, listening to FNF and Rob's recap. Well done. Thank you, Vez. I actually kept that kind of linear. I'm pretty happy with myself. Mary Coppola, thank you very much. Don't forget June 10th a.m. Father dies. He does indeed. Nancy Chadwick, thank you very much. Listening to Mandy Matney's podcast from the beginning. The story is so crazy you can't get over it all. There's so much money going on, and where is the money? He spent a lot of it, Nancy, a ton of it, private jets, etc. Trixie Red, thank you very much. How have I not realized how Lifetime movie this actually is? This is worse than Lifetime. This is soap opera, met Lifetime. They had a child, and then they had an affair with SVU. That turned out terribly, but the child
They had an affair with that child.
They had an affair with that child. That's how this is just beyond. Diana B, thank you very much. Runkle's face is all of us. Yeah, I wanted to see. When he said I haven't been watching this trial, I was like, you're gonna love this. Here for the truth. No, Ian, you're not.
Maybe not the right word.
We are gonna love seeing him react to this. How about that? That's more accurate, right?
Fair.
Yeah. Here for the truth. No, Ian, you are not eligible because you have a soul.
That's for the giant overdraft.
That's
the
true.
Platinum overdraft policy.
Yep. Canonical Heat, thank you much. This is a case where if it was a movie, you'd sit there and just go, geez, couldn't they come up with something believable? Yep. 1000%. This is stranger than fiction. 100%. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Jacqueline Ellis, thank you very much. Rob, this case is a hold my beer moment. Every minute of this case is hold my beer. I'm out of beers. Well, that's a lie. I'm not.
You want a paper plane?
I don't want a paper plane either. I have a bottle of wine sitting there. I'm going to open in a second. But
try one.
This case is the Lafitte brothers were at Palmetto Bank. They were. We got to the Lafitte. The Lafitte. Yep. Thank you, LJ Peach, for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Envelope full of cash. Police chief ? There are rumors that has not been introduced yet. I'm trying to limit myself to the trial testimony only. Kathy Antonson, thank you very much. Alex did fraud like this for 10 years. He has over 90 charges pending for all his crimes. He does 99 charges, but murder might not be one. I don't know yet.
Definitely one for now, but he might not get convicted of it.
Yeah, we're going to see. Because the thing is, as we get on, we're going to play the testimony of Blanca. Blanca was, we're going to call her house mom. She was the house manager. She was the boss of that household. And she was awesome. She is probably the best witness for the state the entire time. But yeah, thank you very much, Kathy. Jojo 6178. Ian, it gets even better today. It does. We're gonna get there. Promise. Victoria McWilliams, thank you.
Your housekeeper as well, folks, because
Blanca was more than a housekeeper. I will tell you that woman, when I say she was a boss, and I'll get to kind of my own opinions of her in a minute.
Make sure you pay your staff well, because if they ever need to get called in a court case.
He tried to pay her more, maybe after. We'll get there.
Oh, Victoria, no, that's got to be ahead of time, not after the fact. You can't fix that later.
The other part. Yep. Victoria, thank you very much. Good old Southern courtroom. Yeah, it was interesting. Courtney, Michelle, Thank you very much. Emily got on a plane. That's why things got spicy. That's the rule of the universe. Exciting thing happens when she travels. Yep.
Mhm.
I took over a live stream. Things went nuts. Then today happened and all the things went crazy. Thank you, Courtney. Kristen M96. Duh. EDB traveled, Rob. Thank you. James from court. Hey, James. Hope you're doing well, my friend. I have seen you
Hey.
in the courtroom. Hope you're having fun watching this one. I can't imagine what today was like. Not only can witnesses sit in court the entire time and come and go any day, they're all on their phones too, laughing my effing ass off. Yep. I have been honestly shocked at this. It just
you
it
get
doesn't
bounced out if you're on your phone where I am.
you do too. They will take your phone and they will actually in Fairfax, they will arrest you. They will actually book you because it's a crime to have your phone in the courtroom. Without
Yeah, we
permission
don't
from the
go
court.
that far, but they will take your phone and you're probably not getting it back.
Yep. Stephanie, thank you very much. Oh my God, I love Ian's response. I do too. That's why I like having him here. It's fantastic. Sandra, thank you very much. John Barrett needs to write a novel about this, a reboot of Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. I'm actually a quarter of the way through that book. Thank you very much, Sandra. Welcome to Low Country. Yes, indeed. Shannon, thank you very much. These last 3 weeks of trial have been a long year of soap opera. Alex Murdaugh is greedy a-hole, but I doubt murderer. Doubt grows as state continues until we start to get to the end of the day. And the state actually brought the goods today. I was impressed. Anna, thank you very much
Did
for the
they
question.
actually put some points on the board? Because
Big points.
everything I've watched up until now was like, you guys are swinging at something, but
yep, big points.
Not really finding where you're going.
Anna, question: how do other witnesses know if someone has or has not been released from their subpoena? The witness is supposed to govern themselves based on the admonishment and instruction from the court. It's not whether someone else knows; it's the witness themselves. And the thing is, Tinsley's been in that courtroom. Like I said, that was why this was a toss-up to me. I didn't think it was, when I thought it through, I think it was, I would not put myself out on that ledge. I'm going to put it that way. Here for years, South Carolina seems to function under the rules of Banana Republic. Am I wrong? I don't know that you're wrong. It's a little bit weird. I don't know. Michaela-ish, Tinsley is the beach case lawyer. Also keep playing the video. They moved to strike Ms. Shelley's testimony, not his. Also, he told reporters he hoped they cross-examined him about it, and they didn't. Michelle, I did watch this entire video. They didn't move to strike Ms. Shelley's testimony until the judge brought it up. Their initial motion was to strike Tinsley's testimony. Then the judge brings it up further, and they say strike hers as well. That was an overreach. In either event, the judge made his ruling, and we're going from there, period. Also, he told reporters he hoped they crossed him about it. They didn't. He was baiting them into this. I'm convinced now based on this cross. And the defense, here's the thing. Half of the OJ trial that you guys remember, the glove don't fit. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. That was because of a bet that was made by the defense, or a prompt that was made by the defense. Aside, Ian, do you know this story? If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. You know that in the OJ case.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it was the famous moment.
Do you know how that famous moment came to be?
Do tell.
Okay. So the prosecution team had a meeting the night before, and they had basically had this contemplation of whether they would have OJ try the glove on, and they decided it was against their interest for several reasons. One, OJ was an actor. They knew that he would over-exaggerate the moment and try to play it up for the jury. Two, they didn't think they needed it. They had the limited number of receipts. I think there were only 4 or 5 gloves sold in the last year, and they had OJ purchasing that glove. 4, gloves do funny thing when they come into contact with water, especially when they're leather. They can shrink, which might make it difficult for it to try on. So those are the reasons the prosecution
not going
to
shrink that much.
It's not, but it's a risk, and you don't have them do it in front of the jury. So the jury is out of the room, and during the course of this, the prosecutor who's handling this cross-examination gets approached by the defense attorney who's handling the direct of O.J. Simpson. And the attorney who's handling the examination of O.J. on direct goes up to the prosecutor, and here's the funny part about it. The attorney in the defense had zero incentive to have OJ try it on for all of the opposite reasons. If you have OJ try it on as your defense counsel, one, it's self-serving. It doesn't really do anything. It actually would be objected to by the prosecution because it's a display. It doesn't actually mean very much. But if the prosecution does it, it's a different set of cards. So the defense knows that they can't be the one that does it. So what does the defense attorney do? He walks straight up to the prosecutor and he says, under his breath, outside the presence of the jury and anyone else in the courtroom, you little effing derogatory comment for the female genitalia. If you don't have him try that glove on, I will. Complete bluff. Well, the prosecutor is a young prosecutor in that moment. And what he does in that instance is he decides that, maybe I'm not going to consult with my team. And maybe, what if I do this? So he says, Judge, before the jury comes out, I'd like the defendant to try on the glove. And he says, before the jury comes out, I'd like the defendant to do this in camera, not in front of the jury. So that is being discussed. And then they get caught up as the glove is being grabbed from the exhibit table. They get caught up in another motions argument. And in this time, the judge and the bailiff had already escorted the jury back into the box. So the jury's sitting in the box and the jury's sitting there and the prosecutor gets up there to the podium. And now the glove is sitting there at the witness desk, at the witness bench. And the prosecutor doesn't really think about this all the way through, sees the jury there, doesn't reassess his decision, and has OJ try on the glove. And that leads to the famous moment of OJ trying to take his big hand, intentionally scrunch it up into a way that there's no way that glove is going on, opening it and pulling it this far in, and then turning to the jury in a display that was so epically amazing for anyone that ever remembers his commercials, looking at the jury and questioning his hand and why the glove can't pull down past the knuckles. That was a bait by the defense. It was a nasty, brilliant move.
I've baited various things in court too. And I've had prosecutors try to bait me and I don't think they got away with it, but
so the more that I saw this guy doing this and testifying, the more I'm going, this is a trap. This is a trap. So
also, I'm just going to, people are always like, why don't you make more merch? So I'm just going to share a brief story here. You know the malicious law squirrel merch that I made?
No. Yes.
Yes. I just got notified by Zazzle that it's being removed because it contains images or text that are in violation of an individual's right of celebrity or publicity.
Who's this? I don't understand. Who's the celebrity or publicity?
I don't know because it's literally a picture of a squirrel.
I have to do the glove don't fit thing again, but I have to do it using a prop. If the glove,
it's literally a picture of a squirrel.
If the glove don't fit, you must have quit. So we're going to try the glove on. Jury, I'm shocked. The glove is not fitting my hand. My hand is so large it cannot fit into this glove. Okay, that was my moment. I just needed to do that. That was a great suggestion. Thank you, Chet, for that suggestion. So this ends up being a trap.
And I see lawyer, is dead on with the comment here of lawyers bluff constantly in court, which is why you need to try your case and not theirs. Know your case and try your case, not theirs. Yep.
Yeah.
I had a prosecutor at one point who I'm not going to name because this was shady AF, but they brought in some random dude and they were like, well, I've got my witnesses here, and pointed to random dude. And I was like, who's this guy? And they're like, oh, well, his name is this. And I'm like, he's not mentioned in the disclosure. They're like, well, he's here today. So, and I'm like, all right. They were trying to fake me out with the this random dude. It was not proper.
Well, this was one of the moments in trial where you're sitting here going, a lot of risk, don't know about the reward. So let's see how the defense handles it. Because now that they've had 24 hours to look at this. Yeah, lawyer, Hey, Peter.
Yes, congratulations.
I saw that. You've been putting in work, my friend. And I know that you enjoyed this moment of cross-examination because this played out kind of how you predicted it would. Let's see if Ian and I got it right.
We could agree on before maybe getting to some other. Almost. Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct? On June the 10th.
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. That this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end.
Hang on. Great move. Impermissible question. Great move. He sees the hesitation in the attorney's voice. Let me tell you why this is impermissible. You cannot bring up prior testimony unless the person in front of you testifying is saying something inconsistent with that. You can impeach them with prior testimony. You can't lead them with prior testimony. Yeah. So he sees the hesitation in the lawyer before he responds. And in the process of seeing that hesitation, he plows forward. He plows forward with the question of trying to bring in this prior inconsistent statement without hearing the response. It was completely impermissible, but a really smart move. And the prosecution didn't object. He's trying to box him in and get him to answer the question. It was great.
And lawyer, I heard you're having a celebration. Please invite me to that celebration. I totally want to be there to lift a glass.
Yeah. If you guys have not started following Peter Tragos, lawyer, please go do so. His nightly recaps, I have not missed a single one during this trial because I have loved watching the trial attorneys. This is a case where I want to see trial attorneys comment because this was pitched as the all-star attorneys. And we have opinions and they differ among all the different trial attorneys. You've heard Ian and I give different answers to various questions. Peter's a trial attorney in Florida, and I have loved getting his input on this. And I disagree with him sometimes. I agree with him a lot of times. But today we saw fireworks, and today I love the attorneys. They showed up to play today.
And I guarantee his content is more interesting than mine. So check it out.
Yeah. It's fun.
I'm not even kidding there.
And yes, we're still on Tinsley because we're still on Tinsley because I had to get Ian caught up to speed to the point where Tinsley takes the stand, but we're going to fast track through the rest of the stuff. Trust me.
End point.
So what happened?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th.
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you were
or no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. But did you testify? Did those words come from that stand when you previously testified? Yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an explosion?
apologize for that.
He's trying to give him a hard time.
Damn well what he said. And you also have to appreciate the fact that the lawyer for the defense blew past all of that and got right back to reading directly from the transcript, which he could not have done if he didn't pull this move. This is great litigation. This was awesome to see. And Tinsley is not backing down. He's going to make him fight for this one. And this is also why I think that the cross was so limited, because it's like you see how hard it is to get this one question out of him. And when you see that, you know you're not going to make much traction.
Yep.
I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, was that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible,
please.
you're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, that was so good. All of it.
Yes.
All of it.
Oh,
Like yes, it was done early, but that's an attorney. That defense attorney played the smart play. That was the right move.
they were trying to trap him.
It was such a good move. Yeah, he's like, and I give up, kind of, because he knows that by going after that and doing that onslaught, if it takes that long to get every question answered, yeah, it's going to be
Sometimes-
forever, and the jury's going to hate you.
Sometimes when you've got a really dangerous witness, all you want to do is embarrass them briefly and sit down.
Yep. So here we go. Here's Blanca. Now, Blanca is the house manager. She's basically, and house manager, I mean, she's the house boss. We're just going to call her house boss. House boss Blanca runs this house. She does everything to get it, makes this house run. Let's listen to her background, because her background is freaking shocking. Not shocking, amazing.
17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years.
Oh man,
I was stationed on the
Virginia.
USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah,
For
Naval Air
military.
Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
She's a heavy
And,
equipment operator for the military.
My husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that
Fair.
the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children. So we made a decision, instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old.
God
They're all
bless.
been raised down here in South Carolina.
So she's a
Any of them
trooper
still at home?
regardless.
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
That's an answer you
When you
like.
came to
Mhm.
South Carolina, you never been here
Deals
before, correct?
drugs.
No, sir.
What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When
know,
we
I
moved
know.
here,
Let
we
him
had
go.
enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked, I didn't know he was the
I know it's
owner
a
at
real
the time.
store,
I
but-
realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
How many kids do you have?
I have 5,
Okay.
but I only had the 2 oldest ones at that time.
I was bored.
And so he said the only job he had was a stalker. And I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So
you
I
only
went
held that
there.
job for a week?
After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers.
You guys are hearing this,
In
right?
2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of
I missed
staff
some interim.
members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
So let's start. She goes out of high school into the military, where she becomes a heavy equipment operator, has 5 children that she raises, and then to get out of the house because the kids are driving her nuts, and probably her husband too, goes and gets a job and says, "Stalker, sure, I'll do it." Gets another job, and then starts to work in the Department of Corrections. And then all of a sudden, several years later, she's investigating Hispanic gangs inside the prison system after monitoring convicts who are in prison, who are doing roadside work, etc., out in public, likely with one of those big old shotguns they carry around.
See, that's getting a job at corrections is kind of badass, especially for a woman, because it's a harder job for women than it is for guys. Straight up.
Yeah. Yeah.
They face a lot more crap from the inmates than the guys do, so it's a tougher job.
She's just like, and this is all before she starts anything having to do with the Murdaughs. Yeah.
That.
Tells us that the Murdaughs
From
are hiring
2001
heavy
to
hitters.
2007.
Yeah.
Not that anybody cares. So is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Did
God.
you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
Don't
And why
piss
did you leave
off,
that job?
Didn't need that
Just-
part.
Burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick.
She was
So-
real tired of being a translator.
I made a decision to leave.
Yeah.
So if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I
Your
was
phone
called,
got
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did
Yeah,
you do
that's-
after that?
That's some bullshit.
I
Yeah.
went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007
And you're living where?
in Brunson.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a I met a lady who I befriended, she was Hispanic. And we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. And her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one.
So the reason I played the background for this witness, because this witness became untouchable from within the first 60 seconds of her testifying. Well, the first 5 minutes. The thing is, there are witnesses that, and I have a theory about this one. I think the prosecution thought that Tinsley would take the morning session. I think the prosecution honestly believed that the cross-examination and redirect of Tinsley would lead them up to the lunch break. And this was going to be their nail in the coffin going into the weekend. That was my theory. Because if you look at the witnesses that testify after this, they're good. FBI dude is awesome, but doesn't give us a lot. I think the prosecution wanted to leave the jury with this witness, and she becomes untouchable with that background, because you give her that background in front of the jury, and every person in the box is looking at her going, holy crap, what a life. This person's awesome. How am I not going to listen to her? And how are you going to go after her? The background lays context to making her essentially the state's key witness. I don't even think there's a question as to whether she's their most critical witness. Because she basically does all the groundwork of changing some of the timeline questions and bringing us back to the murder stuff. Because that's the other part about this. This is a shift in tone. And that's why I think they wanted to do it after lunch. Go all the way up through the lunch hour, talking finance. And then after lunch, when the jury's sitting there going, I'm going to be bored, you put this witness on the stand and you start talking back about the murders again. And you lay this foundation with this witness. And you leave the jury with this for the weekend. But Tinsley ended early. So that's why I lay the background, because I want people to understand this. I did this for another reason. Because
wait, is she actually going to talk about like murder related things and not just he's a bad person, therefore he's guilty?
No, we're getting back into the murder. And her mind and her memory is a steel trap. Because she knew how the clothes were folded. She knew how the food was cooked, how the kitchen was kept, where everything was. And she had a memory that remembered what people were wearing, when they were wearing the outfit they were wearing, and down to the T of the style of shirt and what people called it. She was the state's key witness, and I think remains the state's key witness, because all the other stuff, and I get that people say the last witness is, all the other stuff is good. This is the person that is doing this for me, that's bringing this case back to a place where I think the state can win. Yeah. And that's why I'm giving so much of her testimony, because it was really good. And the state attorney. That's
impressive, because I thought at this point that only like Jesus could do that.
It's interesting. The state attorney fumbled it. The state attorney that's handling this is probably one of my least favorite, because he doesn't really allow people to talk. Now, Blanca, I have a secondary motive for doing this, because Blanca testifies at some point today, and I don't know if we're actually going to hear it, but in the course of the testimony, she starts talking about these kids. Now, she is a Latin woman that essentially raised her own family, lived a hard life, lived and loved every minute of her life. And then she took her life and went to go and help raise another family. And she raised Buster and Paul. And when she refers to Buster in one moment, she refers to him as my Buster. And this was kind of tough for me. So I'm going to go a little personal, just a quick personal aside. My mom was very, very, very much business oriented. She wanted her career. She wanted that to be where she went. And she did phenomenal. I'm so proud of her for doing that. I've talked to people. I've been raised by two badass women, my mom being one of them and Yadira being the second. Yadira was 21 years old when I was born. My mom went back to work when I was 3 weeks old. Yadira had raised her sister and her other sister and her sister's kid. So that gets another minute. Yadira starts raising me after as almost nothing, like just comes into my household and starts raising me. My mom puts me in her hands and says, that's it. I've never seen Rob not cry, etc. So Yadira continues to raise, and then Yadira's sister gets pregnant, and Yadira goes to my mom and says, I can't continue to watch your son. I need to take care of my sister and her baby. And my mom says, no, why don't your sister and her baby and you all come and move in with my family and you continue raising the kids. And Yadira is my second mom. She's the second one that raised me. So I have my mom and Yadira. And I have my dad, and they were all phenomenal. I was raised by 3 people. So Blanca, when Blanca is testifying, I'm immediately drawn to this woman. And I wonder how many other people are too, because she was just one of the coolest people, and the people that do this who have so much love to give, that that love extends beyond their own household. You listen to her testify. She had all those kids, 35 down to 17. And she had all those kids, raised them. They're all, I have no doubt. You look, your mom is in Department of Corrections, and she looks at inmates and makes sure they stay on the roadway and clean up the roadway. You ain't getting away with shit. Like, you're not getting away with shit. No way. And then I guarantee this woman probably had either a wooden spoon or a chancla or chancleta that she wielded with the powers of 1,000 suns whenever one of those boys talked back. So they
I'm
just
hoping
have
at
too much
the
love. Yeah.
at the like road clearing lineup.
Yeah.
I'm just picturing her out there with a wooden shoe for that.
Probably, or a wooden spoon or a sandal. Yeah, probably. So yeah, she had a lot, and she basically, when I say she ran this household, she ran this household. So she knew everything going on, and she wasn't going to lie or fall in anyone's traps. And she answered questions that were positive for Murdaugh in some sense, positive for the state in other sense.
I
So
mean,
yeah, when I love this witness.
I've seen this before where you've got the really wealthy households who hire the very, very competent household manager, and they end up doing all the things the parents don't.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. So that's why I was playing some of the background, but let's get to some of the stuff about what she observes. Because it's pretty interesting.
And
Let's see.
a few years and then.
That's background.
Okay. And
He said, thank you. I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And
Did
then
they
she's got some
really
emojis. She said, Alex is
refer-
about to die.
Yes.
They
The
just
answer is
refer
yes.
to her casually as,
Not
Mexicans.
her, not her. It's this is Maggie Murdaugh sending a text message talking about how Alex has asked Maggie to come back from Edisto, which is the other property. Come back from Edisto and have dinner at the Moselle property. And Maggie has said in this text message, yeah, I know. That part I thought was relevant, but not as relevant. There was previous testimony where she got called to the house. There was concerns because there was diesel fuel cleanup from someone attempting a fire at the house. It was well prior to this. I don't want to really go too much into that one. I think we're going to get that in the defense's case in chief. So we'll see. So, and we're not there to the last time she saw Paul. We're still kind of in the the initial stuff. But yes, she referred to them as the Mexicans. I think she's referring to them as the builders, because there was some renovations going on at the property out at Edisto. So she leaves the property unlocked, says, I'd rather be at the beach house. I've been asked to come back to Moselle, and Paul has been asked to come back too. Not really sure I want to be there, but this is kind of what lays the context for that evening.
Hope he doesn't go
Casual.
down there to sleep, needs to take care of.
Sorry, Ian, I didn't mean to jump too far.
Oh, no worries. Like that sort of casual disrespect. I'm like, ooh, I don't like that at all.
Yeah. And this is a good point. One of the reasons I dismissed the diesel doesn't burn like diesel is a slow burn. You actually have to like soak a rag to get any ignite off a diesel. So interesting.
himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she
Leading.
said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to,
Just a little bit.
Standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When, you had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home, was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at
Questioning her from
Edisto?
like right next to her.
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Call it speculation unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
It's a good question. It threw the prosecutor off. Or good objection. And yes, Ian is 100% right, and the chat is too. This lawyer has a tendency to do something that I think he thinks is endearing, but a lot of people, I don't like it. Ian made the comment the second that he started doing it. I thought so too. My cousin
Where I
lawyer,
am?
lack of personal space. Did he just touch
Where-
her? Yeah.
Where I am, you cross the bar without permission from the court, you're getting tackled by the sheriff.
It
Doesn't matter if you're the lawyer, your counsel, sheriff will take you down.
This guy does this with every witness, and it drives me insane because he goes right up and he does the shoulder squeeze, you know what? It's okay, honey, if you want to answer. I'm like, get your ass out of her personal space.
Yeah,
Or
lawyer
just
wants
go.
to touch me, he's gonna catch hands. Sorry if I'm the that's not cool.
And
I
you know what's
didn't give
really
you permission
creepy?
to touch me.
The creepy part about that one is he asks, this is the question he asks her. It's about the whole, and she refers to them as the Mexicans. You didn't find that offensive, did you? And it's it was a completely leading question, a coached response,
It's
and
Giant.
it was
It's
really
massively
creepy.
inappropriate.
Really creepy. It was, I hated that question.
Yeah.
She couldn't answer that one honestly if she had wanted to. He's in her personal space. What the fuck?
Marie G, where I am, a lawyer touching you without your permission, straight up assault.
Yeah, you don't get to do that. And I am actually I have been surprised about this, Judge. I am surprised, and I wonder if the judge can't see it all the way. I'm surprised the judge has not admonished the attorney.
I'm getting some feelings about
that
where the judge is leaning, and
the judge needs to tell this attorney to keep that shit out of the courtroom. I'm sorry, that does not belong in there. Don't touch the witness.
judge has allowed literally everything the prosecution has pulled.
I mean,
and
touching
keeps doing so.
all the forensic stuff without gloves.
Yeah, and I think if the defense was smart, they'd start building a case on bias.
I don't think you're gonna get that with the judge. Not right now. The
I-
defense they've made bad objections. Wait till today. We're gonna get to a point where This direct examination gets spicy. I'm going to ask the chat. I'm going to do this in a poll because I want to get your opinions on it. I'm going to let this testimony run for a little bit. Permission to run testimony at blank speed. And I am going to write in here 1.5x, 1.25x,
16x.
and please, and just no speed enhance.
KWNY State. It's at least creepy.
And I want the chat to kind of answer this one because we have this. Blanca takes a bunch, but I do want to get through her testimony, and I'm going to get through her testimony because it's so impactful. I will do it. It's just I would like to do it in a fashion that doesn't keep me here for 5 hours. So
I am the wrong person to be on.
I know.
For that.
You're fine because we're going to get here, and when we get to the timeline, we get to the questions about the outfit. This gets really interesting. So.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No.
All right, that I can get behind.
How long were you
Not
there
guilty.
working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th, 21.
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work? Or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay.
All right.
And can you
chat
tell
has
them what
spoken.
he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left
Here we
Moselle?
go. Sorry, I'm going to leave.
He had
things alone.
a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it.
Green pants, khaki pants, seafoam shirt, sport coat over top. Okay. Remember that?
I couldn't tell you with that much precision what I wore yesterday.
I 100% agree. Come on, don't make me do that. I want to add this. You just heard her testify. She just said it out loud. Let me zoom in on this picture. This is from the Snapchat video. Khaki pants. And she'll say work shoes.
Is that censoring around his crotch?
See, it's not. This is hand moving because he's trying to pull. This is a video. This is a still from the video. This is when he leaves for work. Khaki pants, leather loafers. That's what she says. A seafoam shirt with a blazer over top. Okay. That was what she said he was wearing. So, khaki pants, there we go. Listen to how she describes the shirt as I relay this in the next second here. You will listen to the shirt. I'm pulling this up so that you can hear the testimony in real time. This is something I wish we could have done a little bit earlier when this is being watched live. That's the benefit of being able to do this on a replay.
I wouldn't
Okay.
call that seafoam.
I wouldn't either. So, but khaki pants, the shoes become a subject of debate. I still have a question about the shoes. So, yep, she said the work shirt that she did. She did.
It's funny how work shirt depends on what you do for work.
She said that what he wore to work was a sea foam polo,
Because like
sport coat over top, khaki pants, leather shoes.
depending on the day, I might say I'm putting on a work shirt and be talking about something with like French cuffs, or talking about something that I can spill dye on and not give a damn.
Yeah.
So I'm
And-
kind of amused that work shirt means so little.
Yep. So here's the other question I want to pull up here real quick here. Hang on. Oh no, where'd it go? I missed it. Why did I see it? It was a comment that basically says, dude, I literally change my clothes the second I get home. So do I. However, listen to her testimony more fully, please, because this is it gets more interesting, and it actually kind of starts playing into the state's case. And it starts to bring the story back to that whole timeline thing and the questions about what we might have. So this, I want you guys to think about this, ingrain this in your mind as we continue to listen to her testimony. Let's remove that one. Bring back the other screen, because we had exhibits. And that was the exhibit from the video. That video was taken that afternoon/evening. That was him down by the kennels. For those of you not recognizing that screenshot, that was a Snapchat video Paul took of his dad. I think it was around 7 p.m., something like that, down by the kennels a little bit earlier in the day, prior to that little he's got a chicken in his mouth video.
And
Rewind a little bit so we can hear it again.
color. He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there. So he just used to kind of
They
slide
are.
his shoes on his
They
way
are.
out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry.
That question is relevant because it's the collar. The Columbia shirt that she describes later versus the polo shirt. So this is a context question. A polo shirt collar is just going to be different than the Columbia collar. It's interesting though.
Did you help move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Stop touching the witness.
Yeah,
Long or short sleeve, I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve,
And did it have buttons on part of it or you know?
just from here to here.
And
There you go. Another point. Okay. There to there.
was it a blue blazer
Is-
on top of it?
It was a dark color.
You put a tie on? He didn't have a tie with that on.
No,
I
sir.
just,
Stop leading too. Please.
now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you made?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice and some cream.
This made me
You go
so
cook, don't you?
hungry.
Yes, sir.
I also like she calls it this, but it's actually this.
It's
because
actually
she's
this.
dumb.
Yeah.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again? Or text her sometime?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was on I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is no worries. Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that?
I use that phrase.
It doesn't.
I can't remember.
You know, even court TV is probably like, dude, stay in.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
Quit
And,
walking
your husband's
around,
working?
you
Yes,
Law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And
get back
when you got home
behind
that
the
night,
bar.
did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder
Sheriff drills
at
you.
Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning?
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning?
He called me early.
This part just, I'm going to make a personal comment. This part pissed me off just as on a personal level. Everyone else got a call the night before. I'm not reading into this as far as evidence is concerned. I'm attributing to this to the character part of it. It kind of just, I am not reading that into evidence at all as far as the weight behind whether or not he did anything associated with the murder, but fucking A, man. You call her the night, the day before, the day after, rather, everybody else and their mother. There were 25 attorneys on property. Everyone was on property. Tinsley found out that night. Everyone finds out. You're not going to call the woman that cooked you the dinner and raised your kids? Oh.
Like, just let her know that, like, one of them's passed.
I know. Kids that she literally raised these kids. But fuck, call her. No, in my assessment, that is not playing into his guilt or innocence for these murders at all. I am taking that out of this. However, my personal judgment of his character, that weighs into my personal judgment, not how the court of law is judging him. That is my personal
into him
judgment.
being an ass.
Dick.
And the thing is that there is overlap between people who are asses and people who are guilty. But there's also a lot of overlap between people who are asses and people who are innocent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I've said it before. There's a lot of sort of casual disrespect that seems to be offered to her. You know, like the Mexicans. I'm like, you're letting that shit leave your mouth talking to her? Like, you deserve to have, I mean, if she did it, I'd be like, you know what? Fair ball. They, you know.
No, even then it's pretty bad. Trust me. Anyone who was raised with all the Latinos Latinos in the chat, they can be rather disparaging to people from other countries that are not their own. They can be, and it's not really fair game. It's still pretty nasty. But yeah, let's see. So she doesn't find out till the next day.
The next morning,
And what did he say to you?
he sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was. His voice sounded really shaky. And he said, "B, they're gone. They're gone." And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend.
No,
what was
sir,
going
I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, "No, B, they're dead." And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes.
Stop highlighting it. Stop highlighting it. Stop leading. It's stupid. It's really, I hate the prosecutor when they do this. You're not allowed to ask the same questions been answered before. Yes. 2 points. Gloria Satterfield raised. You're right. She was involved in their upbringing as well. She had a close connection with this family. Second one, he's definitely a douche, but that does not make him a murderer. I just said I am not weighing any of his conduct in my assessment of whether he did or did not do this. I think her testimony on the clothing adds to the state's case. I still think with the timeline, the ballistics, the weapons involved, and the forensics, the state has a long way to go. Still, even after today, they do.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat saying, you know, Runkle, have you been to the South? You know, people just see her as the help. I'm like, you need to understand, I'm the guy who applied for a job and put his previous assistant down as a reference. And the job I was applying for thought that was really weird. They were like, why are you putting this down? I'm like, because everyone else is going to put down as a reference, like people who were their peers or their bosses. And if you really want to know how somebody is, like if they're a decent human being, you ask them how they treated the people who they had power over, the people who were underneath them. And if you treat those people like crap, then you are not a decent human being. And I don't like what I'm hearing about like how Murdaugh and them, and look at his expression right now in this freeze frame. And it's been just how it's been throughout this.
He was kind of not great during this testimony.
He's sitting there pissed off and all like, and it's like, dude, you can just go to hell. Like, you don't get to be upset that she's sitting here dishing truth.
So
because
yes,
that's her job.
So people have been asking me people have been asking me all day if I have seen the behavioral panel's video on Murdaugh interview. And Ian, you saw that video. That was the video we played last FNF. That was the video in the back seat with the lawyer who needed the button, at least 2 more buttons on his shirt. That was that video. They did an assessment, and what they were reading into was his bobbing. You know, the little bob when he does the little bob thing when he's displaying emotion. And he does that for all of the witnesses that are like the really emotional witness. He doesn't do that for shit when she's it has driven me nuts. His behaviors have been really weird. Really
the thing
weird.
is I'm not going to get invited on that panel because
I know you have opinion.
Most of behavioral assessment is
I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about a jury that's watching him, and when he is looking emotionally distressed. When he's looking emotionally distressed, when people are playing a video that has his son and wife, 100% that is consistent with what you would expect to see. Yep. When he abandons that same appearance, when the person testifying happens to be the person who made the dinner they had that evening, who's about to say,
care.
That's
like, the
dropped
problem.
The phone when she heard the next day, no rocking. Yes, rocking's a self. I get all of the comments. I'm sorry. It's just.
It's pretty clear from what we've heard that, like, if she vanished from his life, he wouldn't, like, he'd just put out another want ad.
Not really all the way true, however, kind of true.
Like, and she's really good at what she does, but he'd just put out another want ad and.
I will fast forward through this part of the testimony because it didn't really add a lot, but it is fun to kind of recap it. So the reason, so one of the things that you need to consider here is that when he is that night, he says he's going to go and stay at another property. He's not going to stay at that property again. She goes and starts to live at the property. He lets her live at the property, continues to pay her to live at the property and to take care of the property. That second part. She and her husband are then kind of tasked with taking care of the property. Now, they're managing the property, which means that they're doing work and they should be paid for the work they're doing. Does it mean that he cares for them? I'm not sure. Are my tiny hands in frame? Yep. I love it. They're awesome. They're fun. Either way.
I can tell you if I, I'm not wealthy enough to have like a house manager or whatever, but if I had somebody who's helping to raise my kids and one of them just got killed, I would be saying, hey, you're welcome to stay at the property if you'd like. You will still be getting paid, but I'm also going to be offering to have some people come in to do all the tasks. You have like no job right now other than just mourn, right? I'm giving you some time off because that's just basic compassion when you got to realize she will have lost people too here. And being like, oh yeah, no, you can keep cleaning the house. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Sandra, I understand where you're coming from here. And this is why Friday Night Frenzy, if you will see the screen, I don't have time to watch all of it in real time This is where I get the chance to give commentary on a full week of what we've seen, a full week. And I know, and I appreciate this criticism, and it's completely fair. It is completely fair. I am losing the full impact of her testimony today by always stopping. I 100% am. And I encourage people to go back and watch all of that testimony. But I also can't. I'm giving you my assessment as a trial attorney on the impact of the evidence as it relates to the case as a whole. I can't do that if I'm not stopping and giving that in context in real time. I know that from people that are covering this channel live, for example, Emily has been covering this all week. So is Kurt. So is Nick. Other people have been covering it all week. But Emily, I'm going to give you an example here. There are times when Emily will hear a question and you will see her on screen jumping up and down and wanting like nothing else than to pause the video because there's something she needs to say to give context to the question. This is my opportunity to do that. Go and watch the full testimony, but watch this for a little bit of the breakdown. I'm sorry if I'm making it less interesting. I will try to do better to catch the more impactful moments in better speed. But I also part of this is I have thoughts when I'm watching this, and I need to give those thoughts. I really do. Like, it will drive me nuts. So, yeah. I understand that, Laura. I understand the comment. It was made before. I'm just saying that this woman is doing pretty damn good as a witness.
Did your husband get on the phone?
My apologies again.
I think she's doing well. Like she comes off as somebody who is like just sitting here trying to be. This is the kind of intro to a witness's testimony that, as defense, usually makes me go, oh crap, because she comes off so far as somebody who's going to be coming in just, I'm going to tell the truth, and I don't care who it burns to the ground.
Yeah.
And usually, on the defense, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's her demeanor so far is something that, as a defense lawyer, makes me nervous. And the worst thing is often a witness who's just worst or best, depending on what side.
And that part, I think, is I'm scared. If I'm a defense attorney, the more that she's testifying, the more scared I am getting.
And the thing is I have seen this kind of witness be really good for me as defense.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember a trial, the Crown brought on this person who came out and testified, and I was just going, oh crap, this person's going to be 100% honest. And they proceeded to just slaughter the Crown's case, because the Crown was like, well, what about this? And they're like, nah, that's not.
Because they were 100% honest.
Because they were 100% honest. And this was a cop, I should know.
Yeah.
And this cop, what he was testifying to was that they had screwed up the investigation. He's like, yeah, we made mistakes. And I was just like, afterwards, I was just like, thank you. And he said, like, listen, you need to understand, I told the Crown beforehand that we shouldn't run this because we messed up this investigation.
This investigation was shit. This investigation was horrible.
Yeah. I mean, it's when I hear about things like we had a search warrant and we sat on it for a couple of weeks. I will tell you that usually when they get a search warrant, like we are pushing our foot to the pedal to get there as fast as we can to execute this. Like, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't know what kind of pull you have to get them to sit on a search warrant for however long. But I saw somebody on Twitter comment, oh, well, this just shows how much pull they have, so I hold this against the Murdaughs. And I'm like, at the end of the day, it's still actually in their favor. So, yeah.
All right, let's watch a little bit. Let's see how far we can make it here.
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
But he said him and Buster were at Alameda. So I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay. And so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went to
Come clean up.
Alameda to start with,
Yes, I did. To check on Buster and Alec.
to comfort him.
Yes, sir.
Are you freaking kidding me?
I know it was cringe. It was cringe. It was less cringe. It was cringe. It was less cringe. I think she would have offered if he didn't even ask. I think she would have done it. Period. I'm
I
not
would
going to
have
read.
been like, come over. We're not cleaning shit. We're going to hang out and like have a drink and just like sit and commiserate. Because we're both human beings who are suffering here. And in a moment of suffering, there is no freaking hierarchy.
Do you want to know what Yadida did when my dad died? And this is a funny story. You want to know what she did? She came over with a shitload of food. It was hot as hell. It was like 100 degrees. She came over and it was like 100 degrees outside. My AC was busted and she brought the food inside and she started cooking in the house that was 100 degrees. And she just kept cooking and then she cleaned. And she didn't say a word. She just kept cooking and she cleaned. That was her way. Because she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do. Yes, it is her. Yes, it is her.
That's her
Yes.
falling into a pattern. That's not him asking.
It's not Alex asking. I agree with you.
Because that's where if she just came over and was like, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I cleaned, I'd be like, that makes sense. That's how we react to this.
Hang on.
But if it's she's like coming over and he's like, could you clean the way she likes? I'm like,
let me play this in real time. Slow down, because here's the thing. Listen to her answer and tell me if you hear resentment in it.
To the house.
So you went to.
So you knew her the best. So you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house. So you can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
I don't like the question. There's a touch of it. It's not all the way there.
There's a touch of it, but really what it reads to me, and I mean, maybe I'm an asshole for saying it, he's been such a dick for so long that it's what she expected.
Like, he's a prick.
And she didn't think she was going to get any better from it.
This guy has been looking down his nose at every single person in his entire life. He is aristocracy of South Carolina Low Country. He is untouchable. You think he's not going to think that every single person in the world has hired help? He does. What I don't want to do is take that one and put it in the deck of this guy is more likely to commit murder because he's a racist.
It's not at all in that category. It's just this guy is a dick.
But a lot of people are doing that. A lot of people are doing that. That's the problem I have.
No, it's just, you know, I still can see, you know, hey, if this guy is, if this guy's acquitted, great. The crown, or I keep saying the crown because I'm in a place where the crown prosecution.
Yeah, the crown, Rex.
But the prosecutors didn't prove their case. Great. That's how the system works. But I still feel like leaving a flaming bag of dog poop on his front step.
Oh, I would love to. Do you want to make a drive to South Carolina? I don't know if they'll let us into jail. But
do you think we could just like leave it on his? Do you think we could
No,
just like
'cause
drop
other
some
people
dog poop through his mail slot for like when
I
he
don't
gets
know if
back?
that's allowed. Yeah, I literally want to see this guy get all of his comeuppance for all of the other things he's doing, but I want the state to prove their case. They made progress today. They 100% made progress today.
I kind of want to
We
go
have-
and buy like a full salmon, drive down to
Ew.
South Carolina with
Don't.
no air conditioning and this in my trunk, and then just
On
feed it
June,
through his
and then
mail
just-
slot.
June 7th, just feed it through the mail slot.
Yeah. I feel like that's where he, that's the kind of treatment he deserves, not the like, let
No,
me
you're
break
right.
out the finest gold toilet, gold gilt-edged toilet paper to wipe you with.
Let me
Which
chew
is-
gum. Let me chew gum at the defense table. I'm sorry. If I ever whipped out a pack of gum in courtroom, my ass would get it. Like, I would just get.
If a client of mine whipped out a pack of gum,
Oh my God.
I would be like, spit that the.
You wouldn't have to, because the bailiff would be right up next to you saying, your client
yeah.
better spit that out now.
But I mean, even if the sheriff hadn't noticed, I would be like, spit that the F out, like swallow your gum before the judge sees it. And oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a racist. He's a racist. Look down your nose, asshole, lying, cheating son of a bitch.
I have a
Doesn't
feeling he
make
was
him-
probably the sort of guy who is known in his area for showing up, having like a $500 dinner
Yeah.
with wine and so forth,
Uh-huh.
and leaving a $2 tip. Like, that's the kind of vibe I get off this guy.
Ugh.
And I mean, I
I'm
hate
not.
tipping
I'm
as
not.
an
Def-
institution.
I'm not defending him, and I don't think Ian's defending him either. I hate this
No.
guy. I just
It's-
don't want to see a bad example made of the case.
I mean, and none of this goes to his guilt or innocence. It's just and I mean, the comments about him being a race, I don't even know if he's a racist per se,
I don't give a.
or just somebody who views anybody who's not in his circle. Because
Might be.
you'll meet people like this in law, right? You'll meet all of
True.
these people who are like, if you're not in my world, you're just like, you're
All right.
dirt on my shoes. And F those people, like, hard with a rake.
Oh my God, Ian! You were fine. Look, you were right there on the edge, and you had that righteous indignation. And then
The
you
sideways
choose an
kind, but
object. Oh, okay. We need to listen to a fair bit of this. We're gonna fast forward a bit. Holy crap! With a rake?
The sideways kind that isn't flexy.
No.
Just
All right.
saying, like,
We're gonna get to the clothing part. We have to get to the clothing part.
So you went to
I went into Moselle.
you went to Almeida to start with,
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
to comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order.
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and
Where's
bringing
Buster?
food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house. Yeah.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance wise?
From the house, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And
Here we go.
if I was coming from Hampton or if I, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
Here we go.
When you got to Moselle, we're now in the morning of June 8th, right?
that makes
2021.
me unhappy.
Wait.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
Here we go.
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now, as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move her stuff.
It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Wow.
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
Stop leading.
Not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it.
Stop.
Well, the underwear there with the pajamas unusual.
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor. And there was I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that, tell us how the clothes were laid out?
All right, so you've got, I don't know how
I'm
much
just going to say that if this was like Knives Out or some, whatever.
This is where's the candlestick and who did what.
Well, and not only that, but the ending of this particular movie would be that he gets disinherited and she inherits the whole Like everything.
So a lot was made of all of this stuff. I'm not there yet. I honestly think that a lot of the things that she says, yes, here's the thing. What does all of this prove?
Nothing.
I don't know. Not a whole lot. Now, people are drawing a lot of connections to this, and I think that's fine. That things were out of order. Yes, things were out of order because the house had 24 people in it, including Sled that was walking through the property. I'm reading into some of these things, but it's not as much as what a lot of people have been speculating about. We're not there yet. Honestly, the biggest thing about all of this for me that she testified to was the t-shirt stuff. It wasn't so much what she saw in the house. She said there was a wet towel on the ground, but on cross it gets brought up that that's not uncommon. He leaves that shit around. I mean,
The other thing is, I mean, the comments about like she doesn't wear underwear under pajamas. I'm like, I don't know if you'd know that. Like maybe she doesn't ask for new underwear to be put out, but that doesn't necessarily mean she isn't wearing some underneath.
So here's a really interesting question, or not an interesting question, interesting point I want to make. I
feel like you've got to be really personal with somebody to know that.
She knew how the house was. I'm not saying that, but as far as a night when you would come back to the property and expect things to not be the same way, maybe it's when the family matriarch and one of the sons is murdered the night before and 24 other people are there and there are Sled people walking through. Not to mention what you are not hearing here is that Sled had been through the property and through the house and coming and going as she was there and had already been through the house before she got there. So there's a lot in here. I don't think she's motivated to say any of this. She's testifying honestly. Shows this one. It shows he washed his clothes, khakis on the floor. He took a shower, it seems. Here's where I have a little bit of it. Here's where I'm going to push back. Let me push back on the washing the clothes. Blood. Do you know how many defendants are convicted because they think that throwing their clothes in the washing machine is going to get rid of trace blood evidence?
Lots of them.
Ian, does the washing machine get rid of trace blood evidence?
Nope. It saves it forever.
Yep. If clothes go in the washing machine with blood on them, where does the blood end up?
Washing machine for the
and the trap.
Yeah.
That's the part where all of that argument, as far as the shower, goodbye, see you later. I'm not buying it. Unless Sled has someone on the witness list who's going to testify to the contents of the washing machine and the trap and the filter.
Yeah, you take a shower with blood, it ain't like they find it. Because the first thing they do is they put a stick down the shower drain and it'll show up. So unless you're also doing some plumbing, it shows up.
Here's the part that cuts for the prosecution, Ian. And this is why this case sucks. Sucks. Did the prosecution exclude all witnesses and did the state and investigators execute a search warrant, kick everyone out of the house, and do a thorough search of the house?
No.
When did they do that? 3 months later. Wash clothes the night of, you're going to find blood in anything that is intended to dispose of the blood. The washing machine isn't going to get rid of it. It does not. The trap holds it. If you don't believe me, go into your washing machine. If you have an agitating washing machine, there's a mechanism that allows you to unbolt the agitator. Look under that and see what you find. Also, while you're doing that, please clean it. If you have a washing machine that's one of the stand-up variety, there should be a filter in the bottom left-hand corner or right-hand corner. Pull that out and see what you find. Should do that regularly. That's what officers are looking for. That's what they find in the investigations. They also go underneath every single sink. Every single sink has a P trap. It's a P, like the word P trap, or the letter P trap, P trap. It comes beneath, it has this little arc on it, has a little tube on it, and then it goes back, and then it starts to drain. This little basin here catches blood. So do all of the threads that the water drains through. They find trace evidence there, but they don't find it 3 months later. That's a mistake on the part of the state. I'm not reading into a lot of what she's finding here because the state doesn't have the other forensics to back it up. That is by definition reasonable doubt. And if there's a question as to whether the clothes were washed without a nefarious purpose or washed for a nefarious purpose, you actually are required, as sitting in the jury, you're required to side with the defense and say there was a non-nefarious reason why that wet towel was on the floor.
People wash
Unpopular
stuff all the
opinion.
time.
I mean, unpopular opinion, but you know what? It is what it is. So,
and the thing is you would expect the blood and so forth to go away after a period. So their failure to do any investigation means they don't have that, which should really operate for the defense.
it's really fucking annoying. So this is one of those things where all of this testimony about inside of the house, people were giving it a lot of credit. I don't. I don't think this sways my opinion in one direction or the other, just based on what I know. The clothing, the three changes of clothing, and we'll get there.
The shirts, the shorts were, you're saying up on the shelf with shirts.
Say that. Sorry, Ian. Did I notice?
Did you notice Buster being much more upset with her, like during her testimony, than Murdaugh is?
He's got, well, Buster doesn't have to act as much. Buster also flipped off Tinsley the day before. He got moved. That's why he's sitting 4 seats back.
I heard that he got moved. I think James from court had noted that he got moved because they something about them passing him a book.
He was passing, so they got caught passing notes to the prosecution attorneys or defense attorneys who were giving it to Alec. And then also the last straw, I think, was kind of the flipping off.
Yeah, don't do that. That's just dumb.
That's just bad. There's just bad form. Bad form. Yeah. The inside the house observations, I'm not seeing a lot of gain there, except for one thing. I'm going to pull up what I think is a question, but let's see.
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now? Were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
It's leading.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. And the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other 2 drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
Just wondering what that means.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Why ask the question? That was just.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
No.
It was damp.
What did you do?
Took it to the laundry room.
You said
You
it
said
was
put
a
some
damp
pants in.
towel. Was
Yes,
it
so there's a pair of
damp?
khakis by the shower.
And what did you do with that?
Bleeding
Took them to the laundry room.
AF.
Did you wash it?
Yes, sir.
That's funny. That's a fun look. I like those. So here's what that means. That means that she just said something that was inconsistent from what she had said in a previous discussion. They both think so. So they're trying to check in the transcript. You see that file folder open up real freaking quick?
Yep.
Nice. That's cool. I didn't catch that. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment. Please do not discuss the case.
Oh, now there's an admonition.
No, it's just. Oh, no, go away. No, we're going to go. Here. Hang on. Dun, dun, dun.
Let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'll show you what's entered at state 7.
State 7. Where are we? What was state 7 again?
Can you see those pants on state 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
Can't hear
pants?
your response.
Okay,
Do
now
you
we're
recognize
close,
those pants in
close.
state 7?
Here we
Yes,
go.
sir.
How do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
Do you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
Freaking.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these shorts you like to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now, this shirt that's also in states 7. Had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf right there.
And you testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are parents having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
Look at this.
Oh, nice move, Judge. Thank you for encouraging the attorney to be less creepy.
Yeah.
I want to go back and see that admonishment. Where was he
Welcome.
fucking standing?
Folded it back
Sir.
up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all
Like, just get.
parents having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Can you just get?
Counsel,
Get
can you stop
away.
sniffing her hair?
Yeah, just
Like-
just walk in the other direction. 2 fucking feet. It's not hard. Ugh. Yeah, counsel, why are you on the witness stand? Counsel, why are you on the witness stand? Can you please stop, like, just with the leg lean too? Just, oh,
Counsel, you're leaving a sweat stain on her shirt.
ew, no. Ugh. Excuse me, witness, does this shirt smell like clean laundry? Hey, Fucking creepy.
Yes, sir.
Look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt, it's in state 7, prior to June 7th of 2021?
Stop
I probably did.
moving.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Judge, put a leash
Up in the
on
closet
this
if there was
guy.
no more room in the drawer.
Permission to put an ankle monitor on him from when he
Yeah.
veers outside the podium. A shock ankle collar.
Oh, just a
Could we
chain
please
that like
play
connects to
state
the
306, please?
Just you hear the chain go clink like it hits like he
Yeah.
goes more than 3 feet.
Can you see? Would you look right there at your monitor?
Every woman in that jury, every woman in that jury is uncomfortable the second he gets that close to her.
He better hope there's not a juror who has,
Yes, sir.
been a housekeeper.
Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex,
And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers,
Okay, listen.
house shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
What do you mean if?
No, hang on. Shit. Dag nabbit.
Where?
Hang on.
On June 7th.
That was a freaking boomer mode trying to
Just
switch things.
his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh was wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
And what type of shirt is that?
The Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th, 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type of shoes?
Okay. Do you guys have that visualized in your mind? Because I'm going to pull that back up real quick. We're not going to belabor this. Columbia shirt. That was what she said just there. Ian, do you own a fishing shirt or something that you recognize as the Columbia shirt thing?
I don't know what a Columbia shirt is.
You know what a fishing shirt is?
I mean, you've seen what I wear to go fishing.
Outdoor, lightweight material, collared, but short sleeve.
I mean, the last time I went fishing, I was literally wearing a suit. So,
With my tie. Thank you.
yeah. Also accurate.
That is accurate. There's a photo to prove it. Columbia shirt. This shirt that is being described is not a polo. It's a full button-down shirt from top all the way down to bottom. It's a super lightweight material. I have a few of them as well. They are great for doing outdoor activities in the summer, especially in the South, because they're extremely breathable and they wick away sweat and other material. Not uncommon to see that on. Here's where I have questions. Here are my questions. Those khaki pants don't look like work pants. I mean, by work pants, I mean outdoor on the ranch pants or outdoor on the hunting lodge pants. They actually look like work pants, like dress pants or ish. Okay. The shirt is a full button down shirt, which, if you believe her testimony from the beginning, means that she took he took a polo to work, a blue polo to work, a seafoam polo to work with a coat over top of it. Came back home and changed into this shirt. This little Oxford shirt, the lightweight Columbia Oxford shirt. I don't know about the shoes. I'm confused about the shoes because I can't tell based on this picture whether those are his leather work shoes or the house slippers. They honestly look like a nice pair of loafers to me. It looks like they're being very foolishly worn in the mud, but they
But I
look
mean,
like
he's got the
shoes.
money to be stupid with his.
I mean, he does. So I don't really buy the shoes part. I'm having trouble with that. The khakis, I think, are the khakis he wore to work. My question is the shirt. So he came home, had a polo on and a suit coat, and maybe he changed into this outdoor shirt and walked down to the kennels. Now, later in the evening, you see him in a white t-shirt with a pocketed white t-shirt and some cargo shorts. This video is at 7 something in the evening. The next video where you are said to hear him in the background is at 8:44. 9:06, he's off the property. And then at 10 something, 10:06, he calls the authorities, and 10:17 or 10:30, the cops are on scene and he's wearing the cargo shorts and the white t-shirt. And Sarah Lee, I see the comment. Zoom and they look. Well, no, that wasn't the one. If they forgot boats, they can forget clothes. That's
Wait, what's this about him forgetting a boat?
He did. He forgot that he owned boats. Zoom in. They look like slippers. We're gonna try that.
I would like to have enough boats that I forget that I own one.
I would too. So, also now that I'm seeing this shirt zoomed in, I'm not totally convinced one way or the other. Chat, you guys tell me if you think. Here's the thing, chat. You guys tell me if you think that shirt buttons down all the way down the front, or if it stops as a polo.
All the way down the front.
You think it goes all the way down the front because that little crease right there in the towards the chest? Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think I'm leaning towards where you are. Plus, I think the collar on this shirt has a button based on that little curve at the top by the collar. And a lot of those short sleeve collared shirts, they have that little button that holds it down. I think it's a different shirt. That's just my opinion based on the testimony I've heard. But those shoes, these were described as his house shoes. Someone else said Sperry's. Those do not look like Sperry's. They look pointy-toed, and they look a little bit dressy. I wouldn't wear those around the house. I have seen dress shoes that look exactly like this. I don't know how to take the shoe evidence. The khakis, look at the crease in the khaki. Those are dress khakis. They're not like I'm going down to the kennel to work on stuff. I'm doing my very, very, very best to view the evidence as carefully as I can with an open mind in both directions.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough here because there's just so many weirdnesses.
That's a good point. I caught that a little bit too. Like they have longer sleeves. They do. You're right. All these are good points. So let's see if we can see where she goes with the testimony here. I still have questions.
Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Spirit shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem for her. That's a big problem for her story or for this narrative. Fuck, where was that picture? I'm sorry. That was a profanity. I didn't mean to do that. That slipped out really quick. I'm now trying to do things that I am usually incapable of doing because I struggle with it. Things. Those aren't Sperry's. Those are not Sperry's. What she just described as Sperry's are not Sperry's.
I don't know what a Sperry is.
Sperry's boat shoes. That's so boat shoe. Sperry's curved. The front end of the toe, a Sperry shoe, the front end of the toe is rounded.
Okay.
They are not pointy-toed shoes. They are not ever pointy-toed shoes. Yes, Sperry's are expensive. They
sound like something I can't afford.
Sperry's are a brand name. They're really fancy. They are not pointy-toed shoes. That's the point. They're not pointy-toed shoes. The shoes he's wearing are pointy-toed shoes. Let me mute this because I don't want to play the audio of this. It's kind of driving me nuts.
So Sperry's are not elf shoes, is what you're saying.
They're not elfin shoes. These are the shoes he's wearing. Those are not Sperry's.
What is he doing?
Fighting a tree that doesn't want to stand up straight.
Here's a picture of him losing a fight with a tree.
Yeah. And I see comments in the chat, and here's another one here where he's saying Rob is the chat's moving too fast. No. Why is the chat moving so fast? I don't like this. Someone was saying Rob is losing the point. Those are the shoes that she said he was wearing when going to his mom's house or something to that effect. Then you have to believe that there were shoot. You can afford them, Runkle. Yes, you can. The Sperry is supposed to be the shoes he wears in the interview to SLED in the officer's car. They're not. In the officer's car, he's wearing tennis shoes. Those tennis shoes are in evidence right now. Rob is confused. Boat shoes are from when he was at his mom's, ID'd by the caretaker. So now the theory is, and Lori, and this is, I'm following you here. Let's say that he gets home from work, has the dress shoes on.
Oh yeah, these aren't that expensive.
The caretaker says, and not caretaker, Blanca is saying right now, Blanca, boss mom, is saying that the shoes he's wearing now are not the dress shoes. They are the house shoes. So he changes from the dress shoes to the house shoes, walks down to the kennels. Then he changes into the boat shoes and drives to his mom's house, comes back to the house, and then he changes into the tennis shoes and walks down to the kennels to meet the cops. 4 shoe changes. And the Sperry shoes, and the point the attorney is making is that the Sperry shoes were never seen again. Why mention that? If your argument is that he's wearing the house shoes to commit the murders, why mention the Sperry's? I'm sorry, this is a rabbit hole, but thing about this is the rabbit hole is reasonable doubt. Every freaking one of these things. Why mention it?
Sigh.
I'm sorry, Ian. Also, while I'm doing this, I'm going to bring this up real quick because we're going to get to this in 2.2 seconds. And I don't mean 2.2 because I never really mean 2.2. She's going to mention that he had the Hanes beefy tee. And people have commented left, right, and center that the Hanes beefy tee is a t-shirt. That was a white t-shirt but the shirt that he had in the video had a pocket. I give you the Hanes beefy tee with a pocket.
Where's the pocket?
Read the description. They sell
I
it in both
can't.
styles. Hanes Beefy Men's Pocket T-shirt.
I don't actually see a pocket on it though.
There's other. It's Hanes doesn't advertise that way, but there are in descriptions and elsewhere. It's not on that photo. Dang it, Ian, you're annoying. Where's the pocket?
I'm just saying.
Hanes sells it with a pocket. There are other photos that depict it with a pocket. It is a pocket T-shirt. I'm not arguing that he didn't do anything. Damn it. Oh,
I just want to know, like, if we've got pockets, I want to know if it's the same style of pocket.
I do too, but when you're trying to convict someone for evidence beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yeah, no, that's fair.
that's my comment.
It's just, this is something I want to know.
I know. That's the problem I'm having though, is that like the state's producing all this evidence. I like what she is saying. She's getting me closer to that point. The pocket contained the blood. That's interesting, Aaron Taylor.
Put all the blood in your pocket.
I dare the state to bring up the blood evidence. Like I triple dog dare you. It's just that witness, I think is, I don't think he's going to take the stand. In the car, he had a T-shirt with a pocket. Yeah, the Hanes Beefy T-shirt that she describes comes in two variations, one with a pocket, one without.
And in the car, his lawyer had a T-shirt that was barely on.
Oh, God. Why? Ian, it's late enough. I don't need to be traumatized before bed.
Just,
Okay.
Think of it very carefully before you lay down to bed, and you might have truly horrifying dreams of being arrested. And this guy walks in as your lawyer, and his shirt is like buttoned up to his navel. I'm just saying, if your lawyer walks in and his shirt goes up to his belly button, you're going to jail.
Listen to me carefully. I will come all the way to Canada.
Bring it.
And
don't threaten me with a good time.
I will bring the thunder with the tiny hand if you give me nightmares like that. Just
don't
terrible.
threaten me with a good time.
This is a terrible idea. Why did anyone give me this thing? This is because I don't get distracted enough as it is. Oh, I'm going to save that for the super chat read through. I have a plan for this tiny hand. Bumblebee Hills. Rob Sperry made shoes like that. Trying to figure out. I don't know. I think that the prosecution is going to have to show me the Sperry shoe. Like if they provide me evidence that was made by them. Because the thing is, people in the witness box might think the way I do or other people do. I don't know. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat, though. Let's see where we go from here.
I do not recall seeing it in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir, they did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Murdaugh.
Yes. I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did in fact you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there. And it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
6,000 a month.
Yes, sir,
but his
I would help my
budget's
husband.
Different.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
That's some
You tell 'em?
expensive
Yes.
lawn mowing.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home?
Puppers has a home. Ian, you can feel better. You feel better?
I do.
Bubba
Unless
has a
she's the
house.
real killer.
This isn't Clue. It was not Blanca in the kitchen with
the
the pot of
candlestick.
food she made the family. No, Blanca is innocent. Don't do that to me. Bubba happy. Oh. Can we proceed?
I mean, sure.
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen it at some point. I'll keep going to the video of.
You're going to like
Well,
this
could we
part,
play
by
that
the way.
Please, when we get to the video together?
No.
Please.
Oh,
No, sir.
Okay.
fast for the video. Hang on.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell them about that, please. Please do.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would
There you
chase
go.
the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You had to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he.
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Like the best answer ever.
But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Now, was he hurting the chickens? Because
No,
if
that's-
not, then
so
it
the
sounds like
chicken-
Potter.
The chicken is found right there, dead at the scene. And the suggestion is that someone, being a family member, would have had to get Bubba to get the chicken out of the mouth. So dad was the one that was wrestling with Bubba. And the suggestion is that dad would have
Yes,
had
sir.
to get it out.
Did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there,
His
and that's where all
house?
his belongings at the time went.
His house had
In
a
Hampton.
house.
Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there? If anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
He wasn't really eating. I'm not going to play the defense all the way through. I want to bring that point up. You know, the whole comment, he wasn't really eating. The clothing thing gets brought up several times, and the defense comes back with a great argument. He lost a lot of weight after the murder of his kids, after the murder of his wife and kid, right? Yes.
So
Noticeably.
he throws out clothes that don't fit.
And her comment right here, this is why I liked her, because she was honest, period. Period.
Yeah.
She was just honest. He wasn't really eating. It's not aimed at helping the state. It's not aimed at helping the defense. It's an honest answer.
Yeah.
So,
just
yeah.
straight up.
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
he walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you," and he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went into the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room, and he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, you know, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt, but I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, "You know, in the that day." And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you described?
It was a polo shirt.
Bad question. Ask the actual question. I don't like you, attorney.
Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to take you to say, I was wearing the shirt?
Objection is sustained. That's a formal question.
How did you take what a Vinnie Vine shirt is?
We now discover that there are actually attorneys in the room.
Yeah. Hey, please speculate.
Yeah. Okay. We're about to get into the part that gets a little bit interesting. Watch how fast Dick
thank God.
Harpootlian, who has been sitting on his ass the whole trial, unless he's like bumbling through some pipe of commentary.
I thought he was gone.
He's right there. He's sitting right
He's
there.
not like on vacation or
No,
like.
he is not. He's not on his second boat or his third yacht or wherever the hell he's at. Watch how fast his ass gets out of this chair.
But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you described?
It was a polo shirt.
Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to take you to say, I was wearing the shirt?
Oh my
Objection is
God.
sustained. That's a formal question.
How did
Here
you take
we
that conversation?
go.
I felt like I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanca.
Oh, come on. Get there. Move faster. My cousin Vinny, come on.
Oh man, my cousin Vinny is. These guys are not my cousin Vinny.
No, he's the prosecutor for where he goes, identical.
He's not the prosecutor. He's the public defender for my cousin Vinny.
The guy that almost vomits or does vomit?
For ID only.
Yeah, that isn't a moment that annoys me. My cousin Vinny,
without saying what they are.
Yes,
On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
I secretly
week
love
that
the breakaway glasses.
I'll go back here.
She's like, I'm a badass.
I don't remember the day. All I know is it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, "No, I need the cardboard one." Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, "It's in Maggie's purse." He said, "Well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them." And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, "Well, I'm just getting some routine exams done." He said, "And I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments." And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he going to go to get appointments done on a Saturday?
Speculation.
But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for.
Dick Harpootlian. Here's the thing about good old Dick.
Tell us how much you like Dick. No.
Let me start that sentence one more time. Here's the thing about Mr. Harpootlian. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, that was
Harpootlian-
way too much of a lead in.
Mr. Harpootlian loves doing this shit. He gets up and makes the objection, but he doesn't make the effing objection. And the thing is, we just saw 2 minutes ago, he knows how to make a fucking objection. He knows how to get his ass out of the chair and say objection, speculation, objection, hearsay. He knows how to do that. We just saw him do it. He gets up and he does this rambling thing where he kind of goes, excuse me, I just, for the life of me, it's not that I'm objecting. I just don't understand the relevance of what's being introduced in this particular moment. Please allow me to
So what
pontificate.
you mean is objection relevance?
But he doesn't. He just pontificates for a solid 2 minutes, allowing the jury to hear him argue like, I'm not objecting just yet. I'm just saying that the prosecutor hasn't relayed to me how this is relevant one way or the other. And I really wish I would like to know how this text message that is about to be offered that we have not seen might be relevant before the jury has seen it. The judge is probably like, get the fuck out of my courtroom. Stop with that bullshit.
I feel like the judge needs a spray bottle.
He does. No. Petition to get the judge. What's the high pressure squirt gun?
Like a
one that
pressure washer, or do you mean a super
No.
soaker?
They have the super soaker, but they have the one that has like battery powered jetpack where it's like push.
I think
judge
you mean a
needs one of
pressure
those.
washer, and that shouldn't be used.
I feel like the judge should have one. Don't tempt me.
The judge needs one of those.
I was gonna save this for later.
Can we mail the judge one?
No, I was gonna save this for later.
We'll just address it from some other lawyer.
Since this is probably one of the funniest things that can have all of the innuendos. And we're right about the point where Rob just walked into the thing where he said that all the things we've got.
Rob,
It looks so much bigger.
Rob, you can't pull your pickle out on stream.
I'm dying. I can't because it's the small hands.
Yeah, put your pickle away. We're
Okay.
on video.
All right, I'm done. That was just one moment that just
You can't be tubing your pickle.
No, there was no tube in the pickle with the small hands. Were they small hands? Were they? I don't know. Anyways, this trial, where was it? This trial broke Rob. This trial broke Rob. Yeah, this trial broke Rob. And we're gonna get back on track.
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment, tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, we sort of just got surprised.
Surprise. Easy. Surprise.
Without objection. Reserving our previously made objections. I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection? You said
The
reserving your
previous
previous
objection- I
objection.
apologize for so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this.
There wasn't an
Did it
objection.
without objection. Later.
4:55. I'm saying right here,
Dick
okay?
move.
Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
And that's the text, and is that the medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer and ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Brazil?
We did.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody, I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What if anything you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date for at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
Oh,
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? Do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint
What, if
for
anything,
the
did you
Edisto
find?
house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house. And she had some pillows that she was going to return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring,
Or what?
her ring, her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No,
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
she had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
I object.
You're objected in
But he is.
I
Oh,
understand.
shit. Okay, hang on. Let's replay that. We're going to slow it back down to regular speed.
Was she anxious
This
about
is-
money issues?
This is the fastest that Dick Harpootlian has moved this entire trial, and I want you guys to watch him back in real speed.
Yep. He's
Sure,
sort of
Jackson, then.
unfossilized.
Money issues.
Hang on.
door, which is on the, she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door.
Watch the papers.
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
I object.
He lost the paper.
Uh-huh.
He didn't just toss his papers. He like straight up lost it.
Here's the thing. Dick is right in this argument, 100%. The judge made the wrong ruling because Dick doesn't argue the right objection. We're going to get there in a second. Let me tell you why Dick objected to the first one. First one. Was she feeling? Trying to get to her impression at the moment. Was she concerned? That is pure, 100% a call for speculation. That calls for me to assess the personal feelings of, for example, Ian. Second objection, speculation and hearsay. Anything that I would have used to make the assessment of Ian's mental state would have been something he told me, which would have been an out-of-court statement that I'm attempting to introduce for the truth of matter asserted. Two objections. Everything about that first question, out of bounds. Second question, while the objection is pending, and you know the attorney damn well knows what he's doing because he pauses and does not respond to the objection, even though the judge asks for him to respond. This
He's hoping the
judge,
witness answers.
exactly. This judge has basically said, do not give speaking objections unless I invite a response or argument. The objection is made. Judge looks directly at the attorney, and the judge knows this is a sensitive area. And the judge asks the attorney response to the objection. The attorney does not respond to the judge. Big no-no. Massive disrespect to the court in this moment because the attorney is thinking he's going to score the point, and he does. The attorney is going, the judge is supposed to basically say, no, it's not the judge supposed to read his mind. Okay, no, it's not that. Harpootlian made his point. That first objection, fine. Second objection, fine. But it's the time between. It's the first objection. Judge says, your response, and without responding and ignoring the judge's request to respond. First of all, that would have gotten my ass sanctioned. The fact that I ignored the judge's request to address the bench and instead addressed the witness, big problem. Judge says, give me the reason why I shouldn't sustain the objection. The attorney sits back, calculates for a second, and then asks a different question that is even more prejudicial, stepping one toe over the line. I would say a foot over the line. We're going to get to the argument of the objection. And when we debate the argument, I'm going to get to a point that I want Ian to see because he hasn't seen it yet. And then we'll debate whether the merits of the legal objection were valid or not.
Well, I know you objected and
But he is.
I understand your objection. And, well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is.
That part right there, the judge has called him out. This is reading between the lines. This is an attorney being in court, knowing that tone. I don't care what you're doing. The judge knew what you just did. He's trying not to draw attention to it to the jury before he can excuse the jury. Ian, any thoughts? Have you ever been admonished like this?
No. I mean, I've had moments where judges gave me grief, but not over like, this is some actual shenanigans. And I try not to engage in shenanigans in court.
Yeah. Oh, this
But
is
the degree of leading on that next one, I'm just like, holy
not just leading, calling for facts, not in evidence, calling for speculation, calling for hearsay, everything.
Well, I
about
mean,
the
at that
question.
point, just excuse the witness and get up and testify.
And the thing is, the chat's going to disagree. The judge gets it wrong. The judge gets it wrong, and I'm going to tell you why. Judge gets it wrong. Period. Because the proper objection is not argued. We're going to get there in a second. But let's watch the children behave like children.
Sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Poot's still standing.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, having
Good point.
He's not.
Judge would have paused him in any other moment other than hearing, Pamela, you're wrong. I know that you think that this is right. This is wrong. This analysis that was given previously is wrong. It is a wrong analysis based on case law, not the reading of the rule, the case law in every jurisdiction. And I'll get there in 2 seconds. Please I'll get there. I promise. It gets in. It does get in. It's just wrong. I don't think it's one of those things that gets overturned on appeal, period. But yeah, it gets in.
Discuss the case.
The judge would not have excused, and look how uncomfortable the witness is. The judge would not have excused if the judge didn't realize how significant that was. MB, I disagree with both of them emphatically.
I don't know where the judge is going on this, so.
Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated. Yes.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said, before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not a mistrial, because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell.
The judge is not
You
using
can't
the right words.
correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was
Chose to do
wrong.
it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Meadows.
And for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
Well, we're
sorry.
not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible. Hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule. How she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's
You
it.
can testify that somebody's angry.
Hearsay
or-
was coming out a little bit there.
Thank you.
You can't put like their
Thank
entire
you.
state of mind into their brain.
Thank you. Thank you. Here's the thing. I have argued this objection left, right, center, and here's why I think, and I know that Natalie and Emily gave opinions on this one. Here's why I think I'm right, they're wrong. We can disagree. I love them. I'm not going to not love them because of it. I get this objection, or I get this attempt more than anybody that you could imagine as a trial attorney. You want to know why? Because what am I arguing 9 times out of 10? Custody hearings.
What
What
do
do
you think
people-
the kid was thinking?
Yes. What do you think people try to introduce more than anything else? What their child was feeling, or what they said about what they were feeling. Well, Your Honor, the child was just expressing his then existing state of mind, or it was a present sense impression the child was expressing in the moment. No.
Nope. You can
That
come
is
back and
not-
you can say the kid came back from his visit and he was crying.
Yes,
That's acceptable.
You are not allowed to put any words in that person's mouth, period.
Yep.
Ever.
Why was he crying? Hearsay.
Nope. End of story. Done. Because here's the thing. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement that's being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted. The truth that this prosecutor is trying to introduce, not that Maggie was concerned about financial troubles, but that there were financial troubles. Here is how that exception is supposed to work. The exception is supposed to work if this were an exception. Maggie was concerned. That's it. I was concerned. End of story, end of inquiry. You cannot go further. That is it. That is the full extent of the hearsay exception. And I'm sorry, the fact that Maggie is unavailable as a witness does not change the scope of this objection.
No. There are some exceptions for unavailable witnesses, but I mean, dying declaration is a key one. But we don't have
that one, even that dying declaration, if you look at it as far as the cases and how they interpret it, it's a lot more strict than people interpret it.
Yeah, it's Joe killed me. Okay, that's admissible.
This was the worst part of today that drove me nuts, because also it led me to just want to yell at a lot of other attorneys on questions that I damn well knew, based on having to argue this particular rule of evidence so many times. I damn well knew the right outcome here. There is no way this witness can go anywhere beyond one sentence. Maggie was concerned. She told me she was concerned. You are not allowed to say why. You are not allowed to say what she said to give you the foundation for that concern. You can't go anywhere beyond that statement.
Yep.
That is it.
If you want all that detail, gotta ask Maggie. Bring out your Ouija board.
Maggie is, no, here's the thing. Maggie is dead. You are not allowed, you can't ask her because she's unavailable, but this is an exception that does not go further because of that unavailability. This was, and here's the, I saved a chat. And here's where I was left screaming at my computer. I'm not going to say screaming. Rob, isn't that on the defense if they made an improper objection, not on the judge? I'm genuinely curious. You are 1000% right, and you are our winner in tonight's whatever you want to call it. Because Dick Harpootlian
He gets the chicken dinner.
He botches this argument. He completely loses every bit of steam in the argument.
Sorry, Pamela gets the chicken dinner.
Pamela gets chicken dinner. Dick Harpootlian gets nothing. You get nothing, sir, except shame and sorrow. I'm sorry. That was
He gets
mean.
to waddle around by counsel table like he's got a full diaper.
Because here's the thing, the prosecutor, when you argue this motion, you get to argue things you think the rule means. And a lot of lawyers are wrong, but you have to convince the judge as to what is right and what is wrong. I have had the benefit of having to argue this particular issue, this particular objection, with a crap load of case law. I'm not kidding around when I say that this is a proper objection. The next sentence out of this witness's mouth should never have been said and would not be said in a court of law if the proper objection was made. Period. End of story. And I don't care who disagrees with me. Reasonable minds can differ. I'll beat you in court any single day on this argument.
Yep.
And I like
reasonable minds can differ, and I can do so while also mocking Pootlian.
His
nickname is Poot.
Yes, it is.
And he was standing by a counsel table, sort of. That was a really awkward way of standing there.
It was. And so here's what the prosecutor gets to do, because Poot doesn't really do his job. The prosecutor gets to now recharacterize what the rule actually means. No. Well, Amy, good point here. I will tell you that at the end of the day, I can give them criticism for their legal analysis, but the outcome itself is based on the trial, lawyers in the room, and you have to make the argument in order to get the ruling. Damn it, you have to make the argument in order to get the ruling. So, yeah. And yeah, there's a length restriction for trial. No. That it's going to go forever. It's going to go forever. This is the trial that never ends.
It's just going to last until they fumigate counsel table.
Yeah. So let's see how Mr. Harpootlian handles the argument and what he chooses to argue. All of my money, every penny in my pocket would have been on the argument for the hearsay rule. Hearsay, argue the exception and why it doesn't fall within the exception. Pull out the effing rule, make the argument, pull the case law out. What does Harpootlian do? I don't think I really stacked the deck too much further, so I think we can.
I like the.
There are a lot of hearsay.
What?
Asking for somebody in the chat said asking for a mistrial was a dick move with
It was
capital
a good move.
D.
It was a good move. It was a good move. It was a good move because it then kind of. I would have done it. I just wouldn't have made the wrong argument.
I mean, I don't think he was going to get the mistrial, even if he made the right argument, but you still ask for it.
No, you do. And you do it to kind of put the prosecution and the judge on notice. I'm not going to accept this fuckery.
Only
It's just
facts, please.
Oh, it was the bad argument. Hang on. We're going to let's come on, Poot. Give me your best. I know you're going to disappoint me, but come on.
It's come out, Mr. I want how she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I want to go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out, Mr. Riley. I wasn't objected and just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 8033, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
Are you getting flashbacks?
8033, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition.
A statement of, not about, not what led to, not what arose, not what caused, of
The
their
prosecutor's
state of mind.
accent is giving me flashbacks to the court episode of Lawyers and Dragons.
Oh. Judge, you got it wrong. A statement of, not about, not why, of.
Such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's, and maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we heard at that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Why would you do that?
Fail. Dick Harpootlian, fucking fail.
He just put his
The
dick
judge-
straight in the Harpootlian.
The judge was right there. And why doesn't it fit into the exception? Give him the reason.
Give him the reason. Answer the freaking question.
Rob, can you explain the of and not about? Here's a very way of saying it. Here's what's admissible. I am scared. Here's what's not admissible. I am scared because Ian threatened me.
That is a scurrilous lie. I didn't know such thing.
Exactly. It's hearsay. The first part, I am scared. That's admissible. I'm talking about my then existing state of mind. I am talking of what is, I'm scared. I am scared. I am talking about my then existing state of mind. I'm not talking about what caused it. You are allowed to admit a statement of their then existing state of mind. What is your then existing state of mind? That is what you're allowed to admit. I am scared. This is bad. Or not this is bad. Sorry. I am scared. I am tired. I am sad. I feel weak. I feel terror. I feel things. That is then existing state of mind. Anything beyond that leads into a secondary level of hearsay. The why part, because here's the thing, I can do just what I did. I am scared because Ian threatened me. Shocker.
I did no such thing. I'm launching a defamation suit.
I know, and I lied about that. You didn't do that. I didn't. I also didn't hurt your reputation. I probably didn't do anything to it.
I don't know. It might have improved my reputation. Now people are. Now people think I'm a menacing person who can't be effed with.
So here's what Dick did. Here's what Dick did by failing in round one. That was round one of the fight. With these objections, there are various rounds. You get your first opportunity to go out, and you have 2 minutes to make a swing and take your swing, and fight that first round of the objection. You have that opportunity. If you miss it, the judge then does what he's about to do. He lets them put on the stand, and now the judge gets to hear how significant the evidence is. And that might sway the judge's decision on what he's going to decide. Dick lost round one because he wasn't prepared. Let's see how he does in round two.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious to do anything in the days leading up to this murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried.
That part, first question, permissible. Was he scared because of anything he said? Yes. Everything else, no. going on.
Married because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they
Nope.
wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
At this moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer. I asked for money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404, B, and raised gesture. Right.
What the?
It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, putting financial stress on her. There's not any, she's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused, that is Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the.
Does anyone know what he's asking at this point?
No.
Because he's gone to 403, 404, relevance, hearsay. He has gone through all of the objections. You guys, I know. I'm sorry. The laughing was not laughing at anything the witness said. It was laughing at the question. That question was 1,000,000% out of bounds. And I was laughing at how out of bounds the question was under any evidentiary rule. None of this is okay. And Dick Harpootlian, well, he's on the mat and the ref is counting to 10 and he's at about 7. And Dick Harpootlian has reached into the bag and said 403, 404, relevance, gone back to hearsay. And he's about to lose.
The issues being litigated.
Love the
here.
loss.
Her state of mind on financial issues. I don't know how that relates.
Relevance. Why?
Anything further?
No, sir.
No. We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial.
Yep.
From witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled.
Did you guys catch what the first objection was made on and what the objection he overruled was? What was the first objection? Hearsay. What was the objection he just overruled? Relevance. Is it relevant? Absolutely. It's relevant. The defense put all of this at issue. They said, great family life. It gets over the relevance objection. Does it get over the hearsay objection? No effing way. But at the end of the day, the judge didn't have the hearsay objection to argue against or to make a ruling on, because Poot took it away because he was down on the mat and he had the ref over him counting 1 to 10 and he didn't know how to get back up. This is bad. I don't know. Okay. There's your blow up. So, given the fact that we are now 4 hours into a live stream, that I have no chance of finishing the day's testimony, let's give a recap of where things stand.
I was going to say, I can probably help.
I know.
Because I am fading.
You can fade. That's okay. I appreciate
So-
you being here, my friend, and I'm glad that you were. And do you feel more informed about this trial now?
Yes, but I also feel angrier about it.
That was the appropriate response.
It's like, oh, good. Now I know another thing that pisses me off in the universe. Yay.
What's your phrase? I appreciate that you guys might have different opinions, but you're objectively wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Now, do you see why this trial has broken everyone that's covered it?
I am sad for everyone involved. Maybe. No, wait. I'm sad for everyone who isn't involved but is subjected to it. The people who are involved, I feel like they all deserve it. But
They kind of do. They kind of do. Ian, would you like to bid yourself adieu for the evening and get some rest?
yeah, back pain kept me awake much of the night, so I'm kind of fried in ways that I shouldn't be because I got more rest. I got more laying down time than I normally do. But yeah, come check out my stuff on Runkle of the Bailey as well as Roll of Law.
Yep.
Roll of Law, I just posted a video about world building. Runkle of the Bailey, I just posted a thing about how the court system can be stacked against you by how judges interpret your evidence when you testify in your own defense. Tomorrow, depending on what I feel like, I will either be talking about like revenge porn and why Eliza Blue is wrong.
Jesus, Ian.
What?
Well,
It's a thing.
I know, but we're 4 hours in. You're fine. That's fair.
Yeah. Or mocking a police officer. Because there was a police officer who did something incredibly mockable, and I kind of feel like that one. Because this particular cop needs to be mocked a lot. So I'm probably going to record that video and throw that up. So, yeah.
To be fair, the videos of you mocking cops are always like they're some of my favorites because I get more runkleisms out of those.
I mean, the thing is, there's lots of great cops out there, but there's also some real awful ones, and
A
it's
lot of bad ones.
And this one is just like not only bad, but bad in hilarious ways. Because not all cop misbehavior is hilarious, right? Like, hey, we beat this guy for no reason is not super funny. But this one is funny. So nobody gets hurt. Somebody is dumb. All the things we want in a good sort of lighthearted story. So I think that'll probably go up online probably tomorrow. So thank you for having me on. I always have a blast, and I'm gonna go try to not
get some
be
actual
conscious.
rest.
I'm gonna try. So
$20 says that I get a text or that Ian's still awake in 20 to 45 minutes. I'm gonna put the
there
outside
might
of that
be
at an
like
hour.
tweeting or something from
Yeah.
I'm not good at that. Anyway, have a good night, and see everyone next time.
Night, Ian. All right. As always, thank you to Ian Runkle of the Bailey for checking in. I torture him a little bit. However, to be fair, Ian fights right back. So I'm glad that he was on here. So here's what I'm going to do. There's a lot of super chats I want to get through. So I would like to continue playing some of this testimony, but I'm going to pull all of the non-question / response super chats up as we're listening to testimony, because I think people want to hear this stuff. And I'd like to get through as much of it as I can, but I have zero intention of streaming for 8 hours. Have I done that in the past? Yes. Do I regret it the next day? 1000%. Last weekend, I was on a live stream from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m., and I regretted the next 4 days of my life. I can't do that again, folks. I'm going to do my very best to get through some of this stuff. A lot of this is about my commentary, and I'm sorry if you guys don't like to hear it. I think it's important. I have opinions about this stuff. So let's go through some testimony. We're going to pull up some super chats, and we're at 1.5x speed. We're going to move a little bit. So let's see. Let's go as far as we can. Shall we? Let's go.
Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
No, Judge, you just ruled. No stretching. You don't stretch when you just ruled. Made the decision. Nope. I don't want to hear you. Don't trust you.
Which way it goes.
There we go. Bring the jury. The jury's back in. The mics are muted, but the jury's back in. Okay. Are we going to get anything? Microphones. No? There we go.
Last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
That was outside the scope of the question, but sure. The judge
was smart. 297.
Out, so.
Pose a question.
And here's the thing. The judge knows that went outside the scope of the question. So the judge is saying, no, you can answer the question that was asked before we went to break. You don't get to ask the next question and go into the more prejudicial things. You have to give them the opportunity to object to the next question. Judge cut him off because that was really... She went right to 30 million, huh? Yeah, she did. Nancy, Mark Tinsley is the Zero Dark Tinsley. Interesting. Notice two lead defense attorneys will not question him. I think it was to avoid appearance to the jury. The two lead attorneys are going to be the ones arguing closing, so they can't be they can't get in the weeds with the other attorney. But let's see. So we'll keep going.
There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
Oh my God, that's not the question.
There was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
What was she anxious about?
They do.
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
I still have done regular, huh? There we go.
Actually, it was March 8th, 297. Excuse me, entered as 297.
Nope. We've heard this a million times.
And my name's Dick Harpootlian, and I represent.
Before we get into Dick Harpootlian being Dick Harpootlian, because Dick Harpootlian is going to piss a lot of people off, What I would like to say is that I very much appreciate having all of you here. There were a lot of you here this evening, and I very much appreciate having you. I'm saying that because Dick is a dick. And I want to say this before Dick becomes more of a dick, and some of y'all get pissed. If you like the content, if you like some of the things we cover, please like the video. It means a heck of a lot to me. I think I've asked you guys like twice the entire stream. We've been going for 4.5 hours almost. And if you do like the content, please subscribe. I like doing this stuff with my friends. It's a lot of fun. I jump in and across different streams. I do regular videos on Wednesdays and Fridays at the very least, and I try to integrate more as the week goes. I am a full-time practicing lawyer, so it is complicated, but I do love doing this. So please subscribe. I like what I get to add to the scene, including some of the woodworking stuff. I'm going to try and do a members only in the next few days. We'll see if I can convince some free time in order to do like maybe an hour one in the next couple days. Just some cool stuff to show you guys, including a present that Peter is going to unwrap for his 200K celebration. So just saying. As we move on, let's watch Dick Harpootlian do his cross-examination. I can probably stomach about 3 minutes of this, and then we're going to try and get to the end of the day with the last witness before we close things out. I'm going to roll through script chats, and we're going to get out of here. Okay? Thanks, guys.
The man you know is Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. Oh, I
Cringe.
apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask
He
who you
didn't
are as his
remember
friend,
meeting
correct?
her.
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
Restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you've ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection you have.
Restate the question.
He changed the words. Okay. Nice move, Dick.
Respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, they had, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white, and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't care.
You never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things.
Anyone ever tried to paint a bedroom white or anything else white? There are 9 million variations of white. That is a ripe field for argument. I'm sorry. It's just, people have been traumatized by choosing paint colors.
That most couples go through picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that
You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
all the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th
Yes, sir.
and then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the motel property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table or did they have to go get their own plates and put them
No,
out?
I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, when you got there on the morning of the 8th.
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 or 15 of them.
Any of y'all upset by the okay, the okay, the okay, the okay, the okay, the okay, the okay? I know you are, because I knew I saw you guys chatting about it a million times today. The okay is a move. That is a strategy by an attorney that's trying to cut off a witness, that's trying to basically say this witness could possibly go into a direction I don't want them to. So when I get the end of the answer to the question that I have logically posed, I'm going to say something that affirms that they have correctly answered my question. For example, was it sunny outside? Yes. Thank you. Was it sunny outside? Yep. Okay. It ends the inquiry and allows the attorney to control the flow of the questioning. You do this with witnesses you're afraid of. It's not a bad tactic. It's actually really good. It controls the cross. What this tells me is that Mr. Harpootlian is very, very anxious about allowing this witness to get too much further beyond his original question. So that's why he's doing it. It's pretty smart. It's a nice move. I just wish he would change the words up. You don't have to say okay every effing time. You can say thank you. All right. Uh-huh. Or just something. Just not okay. Kind of frustrating. But we shall continue.
That surprised you? I mean, Maggie and Paul just.
That had one more comment to it. Yes, Peter hit 200,000 subscribers. He was in the chat. I saw him. I texted while you guys weren't looking. He is exhausted. He put out like 2 videos a day all week long. He and I are going to be on a stream sometime next week to celebrate his 200K. So congrats, Peter. Awesome work this week. Fantastic. And let's do an unboxing. I think there's a present you need to open.
Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. His sister, Lynn, you know Lynn?
I met her at when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
You don't have to object.
just ask her if she knows her.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food
Compound.
from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit.
Pretty interesting.
You drove
JR.
over from
I agree
his
with
mother
this.
and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection.
Need to hear
That
the
was
question.
quick.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you've been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask.
Sorry. There's one scarier comment than fear la chancleta or la chancla. It's dame mi chancleta. That is the scariest thing that a Latin woman can say to a male.
Me, they just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing. So.
Okay. But that was after you got
Yeah.
there and picked up
Now it's kind of
the
interesting.
bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't.
He did the same
The,
thing.
the laundry room sits on the other side of the
Same
house.
thing, Dick.
And I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower? There was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor. Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be
This
the
is
same
to
one?
the super
They
chat.
could be, but he had several.
This is
Right.
to the super chat.
And in
And
terms
only the
of
super chat.
somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken.
That wasn't unusual.
We talked about that, King
And
Joshua. Thank you.
I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there
I
was a
don't either,
shirt
Chris.
with the khakis on the floor. You said I couldn't
He's not
remember.
an idiot.
I cannot remember
Judges-
whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting.
Judges rule on the information they're given. That's what they do. I know people are critical of judges and the comments they make or the rulings they make, but that's one of the hardest jobs in the world, to be asked to judge. And you have to remove yourself from the theater. You have to make your judgment based on the objection made to you and not what you think the objection should have been. I don't know that this judge has gotten much wrong. I disagree with a couple things, but this first part, I'm not okay with that. So if you're going to make comments like that in my chat, the whole quota comment, you're not welcome. I'm sorry. You can participate constructively to the commentary and the discussion that we are having. You are not allowed to do that. Shall we proceed with the adult conversation? I think we should.
in there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember what was, I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
It wasn't as
What was your
important
question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a
the
shirt on the
defense didn't
floor
focus on
because
it.
you can't
The
remember
defense did
whether
not
there was a
focus
shirt
on
on
it.
the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. You know, on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. As a matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle. Did
No, sir, he
you?
did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware that SLED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay. White t-shirt, pair of
Case
shorts that he showed you,
Joe.
and whatever shoes he had
the
on.
offer.
Right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw
Not
the
at the
clothing
moment,
items.
Okay.
my dear. I'm
And
sorry.
so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know
Sarah,
what he
stay
wore over his
awake.
mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
No
we,
objection to, objection.
Basis for the objection. To which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificities.
The prosecutor is stepping in it. Stop highlighting all the things. Stop. Also, I want you guys to watch this. Dick Carpootlian, for all you hate about him, I want you to watch his demeanor. He is standing in one location. He is anchored. He has his hands not going all over the place. He is focused. For all the things that he says during this cross that are really nasty and really weird and really uncomfortable, he's not doing a lot of the jittery and movie stuff. He knows he has a job. He's doing his job. I don't agree with a lot of things he says. But the prosecutor is compounding issues by highlighting things Dick wants to get to. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys.
Says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's over.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Objection.
Now,
calls. I don't know
If
if they're gonna
somebody
come in. I don't think we're
alleged
gonna listen to those.
that those khaki pants or what
I know
Alex
what
was
you're
wearing
talking about, though.
the night
I'm
of
gonna
the.
object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Dick, the commentary. Nice maneuvering, but totally inappropriate. Also, prosecutors, stop. You know he's going to do that to you every time.
State this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
You washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would it be?
Are you saying did I remove bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
Objection.
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower?
Question,
that
good
day?
answer.
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off.
Accurate
Nobody told
answer.
you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Investigation.
Again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left,
Yes, sir.
and maybe even a shirt. You can't remember.
Yes, sir, possibly a t-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt.
No objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember? I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now. I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So I think you've already answered that. Now let's talk a little bit about. Let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone,
Yes, sir.
and the servicer was who? What was it? Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carriers were rising, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off. The call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir. If you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were going to lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose a call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call? Keep that. I mean, you just talked about up at the house. It was a sweet spot. If you'll.
Yes, sir.
Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
For sending text or getting text?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21, after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
It's cross-examination.
How fast was that?
I need to hear the question,
Did,
number one. Number two is cross-examination.
Wait,
Go ahead.
what
did
the
he
fuck?
tell you that he
I'm
just
sorry. Hang on.
finished?
What the hell just happened?
Did he tell you
Oh, okay. I know
that he
this.
just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry, just
I'm going to replay that again. Watch what the prosecutor does. Watch what he does when he makes the objection.
asking if you
Convinced me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Get ready for it.
did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
See that? Right there? Oh. That right there is we're about to get to the children. I will excuse myself from the courtroom. This is my second favorite part of the entire day. This is why I kept playing this, because I wanted to make it here. Oh, baby, we about to get spicy, because the prosecutor is pointing at the defense attorney going, I know what the fuck you were going to do, and I didn't think you were skeezy enough to do it, and here you fucking go. You're about to do this, and I hate you for doing it. And the defense attorney is like, I'm going to ask my damn question. And the judge is like, what the hell's going on? Yup. The whole pointing the finger thing, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. So, shall we see where this goes? I think this part is fun. Wild, yet fun. Now, I want you to keep in mind, Alex Murdaugh, prior to the question that he posed to Blanca about the shirt he was wearing that day. Y'all remember the shirt he was wearing that day and the question to Blanca about, wasn't I wearing that shirt that day? Or do you remember the video and I was wearing that shirt that day? All those questions. Here's the thing the defense is trying to introduce. The defense is introducing the fact that Alex met with SLED earlier that day and was interrogated by SLED earlier that day. And they were asking him questions about what he was wearing. So does that change your perspective on how the answer was made, or what answer was given, or how Alex asked the question? It's an honest question. Because the second I heard that fact, I was like, that makes me view that a little differently. I don't know if it makes me shift one way or the other, but it is what it is. So this prosecutor's about to get heated. And Dick, Mr. Harpootlian, there's a small book of evidence that we have. It's about this big. And it's we call it the Blue Book of Evidence. And we bring it into court with us when we're arguing cases and we have trials. And when we have trials, that book is sitting front and center on the desk in front of us, because when I'm referring to an objection, the judge says, Mr. Morton, what page? Well, Your Honor, it's page 176, the blue book in front of you, because it's ruling on the objection and the merits of the law that's in front of the judge. Mr. Harpootlian needs the book. Why don't you have the book? Because you could have made it around this problem if you had rephrased your question, or you knew how to argue the evidence. That is 2 for 2, sir, that you have lost. And they're big ones. Because this question, if it was properly answered, can change how a jury views things. But let's watch adults behave like children.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
No objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question.
God,
Number 2 is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished
Objection.
meetings? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
Please do not discuss the case.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to have to look those up. They look nice. Lauren, thank you. Michelle ID'd, not Blanca, correct. He had dress shoes in the AM, house shoes. Shelley said boat shoes, tennis shoes, house shoes, and boat shoes are missing. There's shoes. Ian, documentary. I'll send it to him.
Well, be seated. Okay, what is the question?
It's interesting. I agree.
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by SWED, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
So, what's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by Sweat?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it is
Thank you,
suspect this hearsay. Statement is hearsay, that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to offer the defendant's statement
Yep.
without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
That's true.
My response
It's a right
is, if you
objection.
can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, you're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because
Oh my
it's a
God.
statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think
not
they
the
argued early
rule.
on when we objected to one.
That's not the
It's
rule.
not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties. It's out.
Opponent.
By the party
Statement
opponent,
by the
being
party
statement
opponent
by the party opponent.
against their
the defendant.
interests.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
Others?
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying, it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interests, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense.
And this is the fun part of this discussion, because these two attorneys fucking hate each other. I'm sorry. They fucking hate each other. They just do. It's great. Creighton Waters, Dick Harpootlian, and this guy, they hate each other. I want to see them in a room playing Monopoly and see who the first one is to flip the board over, because they hate each other. You want to know why I know that? Because they can't make a coherent legal argument to save their damn lives when they're opposing each other. This is not a hard argument. This is really damn easy. The rule is very, very simple. A hearsay statement is, first and foremost, a statement by someone that is being made outside the courtroom that you are trying to repeat inside the courtroom to prove the truth of the thing that was said outside the courtroom. That's a hearsay statement. First rule, rule number one, that statement not allowed. Rule number two, there are exceptions to rule number one. Surprise! We're lawyers. That fucking happens. Rule number two is one of the exceptions is when the statement that you're trying to admit is made by one of the parties to the litigation, and such statement is against their interest. But here's the caveat. The statement must be, under the rule, by a party opponent. Party opponent against their interest. You can admit that statement absent or over the hearsay objection. For example, if I am the person being alleged to, let's pick one that's way far out of field. Speeding. That's a good one. I like this one. If I'm alleged to have been speeding in a vehicle and the officer pulls me over and the officer is the one testifying and I say, I was driving my car 96 miles an hour, I would never do such a thing. Ever. The fact that I said I was driving my car 96 miles an hour to an officer can be repeated in a court of law in a case against me, because the state is the prosecutor and I am the party opponent to the state. And the statement I made was against my own interest. That's how it works. Now, if I'm the person that was driving 96 miles an hour, can I then ask the cop, well, didn't Mr. Morton tell you that he was driving 56 miles an hour? Well, that doesn't work the same way, because there's no inherent credibility in a statement that I would say to bolster my own testimony. So why would that overcome the hearsay objection? Doesn't work that way. So Poot is 100% wrong here. Now, he could have rephrased this question and gotten it in and not asked about what was said, but what was known. This is how you know these attorneys hate each other. because their common sense has left the fucking building. Oh, they are behaving like kids. And if you want further proof, we're going to get to it in about 30 seconds. Let's go.
And if they hadn't objected to some they thought, that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take a stand and get that information in.
Stop moving. Why does that prosecutor move? It doesn't matter if he's arguing a motion or anything. He just gets creepily closer to the bench. What is wrong with you, sir? Stay just can you give me 3 steps? Can you give me 3 steps, mister? Please get the fuck back.
Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you about talking to Sweat that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what the self-serving is. She didn't say anything. He didn't say anything to her about Sweat.
Dude forgot the fucking rule. He forgot the rule. And Creighton Waters, or one of the prosecutors, literally stepped out from behind the desk, walked over and whispered in his ear, 803D2. And he came straight out and said 803D2. He forgot the rule. That's how mad he is. Oh, this is great.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's not
You've got a Fifth
appropriate.
Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I think Britain lets you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I get that.
All right.
Everything about that was wrong. Everything. There was nothing about that that was okay. We're going to go back and watch that again because what the fuck just happened? You had prosecutor Boxer Boy who's deciding he's trying to play bump a chest with the court bench and rock back and forth like a boxer entering the ring. And then you have Poot, who's not making a coherent statement. And then you have the other prosecutor coming in and saying, this is what the rule is. And then you have the judge saying, children, sit the fuck down. I'm getting off the bench. Y'all start behaving like adults and call me back when you're ready. This was the best part of today. I have to watch this again. I kind of want to slow it down. I'm not sure if I really want to slow it down. I'm going to play it normal. But this is my favorite part of today. We're gonna go back a little bit.
That's subject to take.
Hang on.
Like
There
the
we go.
party
We're gonna start here.
opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
It's 403 DB. 3, whatever it is.
Murders.
This matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interests that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some they thought, that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand.
He's right.
I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay.
Whoa.
They're
I
offering
missed this. Ready? Y'all, look at Creighton.
The truth of the matter asserted. I
Look at him in the back.
respectfully think that's objectable as can stand.
See him grab the book?
Ready?
Ready?
I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully
Look at
think that he's got to take a stand and get that information in.
Look at him. Whisper.
Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you about talking to Sweat that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
Creighton Waters with the rule.
She didn't say anything. He didn't say anything to her about Sweat.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's
He's
not
got a Fifth
appropriate.
Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I think Brent let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize,
I'll
Your
rule
Honor.
when I get back.
All right.
The judge literally was like, children, I'm fucking done. Creighton Waters coming in with the evidence book and saying, this is the rule. Look at him. He's still coaching him. This is the rule. This is how you need to object. This is the statute. And this is the rule you should have argued in that moment. And he's like, I hate that guy so much. I completely forgot the rules and all the rules of evidence because I really hate that guy. And Dick Harpootlian is like, I don't care. You stop talking. Silence. Dick Harpootlian is sitting there going, I don't care because reasons. Because Dick Harpootlian is Dick Harpootlian. Because that man don't give a shit. He doesn't care. He's not arguing evidence. He's not arguing the rules. He's saying, I would love very much to introduce all statements by my client, regardless of whether they're against his interest or for his interest, without putting my client on the stand. That's not how evidence works. That's not how evidence works. The prosecutor was right in making the objection, but in trying to argue the objection, he forgot all the rules of evidence. And he was like, I just hate this man. I'm going to argue and yell at him like a child. And the judge was like, kids, y'all settle your dispute. I am not going to throw a gauntlet down in the middle of this courtroom, but Mr. Prosecutor, you seem to really enjoy approaching the bench like a boxer and prize fighter. So if you would like to approach Mr. Harpootlian and fight it out to the death, quite honestly, I've been here for 3 fucking weeks. I don't care. If I don't have to hear from a lot of the attorneys in this room, I would be so much happier. Can we get this case over? Because I'm done with the bullshit. That was the judge's mood in that moment. This is really funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was my favorite moment of the day. That was my favorite moment of the day. So that's what it was. Yeah. So let's see. So we get back on the stand, and we do. And I'm going to fast forward because Poot makes some points. So we're going to pull him up and we're going to let him make some points. And I'm going to take a quick moment while he's making those points. Let me see here. Tab, sharing that. There we go. Audio is shared. Here we go.
Was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translator.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case.
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir. I did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating or when there were accidents and the folks were injured. And if they were not, if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. He would, it wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get him signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS.
Just to catch up.
Just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
I'm not punching the wall. I was just venting. Okay, we're going to fast forward a bit. So
When you got home that night, did anybody call you
that's
that night?
the wall.
No,
Here we go. Let's get
When
this
did
shirt.
you hear about the murder at
Da-da.
Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next
Actually,
morning
we're going
I
to
was
scroll to the
getting
end of the
ready
week.
to-
We're going to go to the last
The next
witness.
morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Cell phone guy was great.
And what did he
Actually,
say?
let's do this. I've never
call-
met someone
called
more
you the next
He
credentialed.
called me early
Than
the
this
next
individual.
morning.
And what did he say?
Is analyzing historical.
Specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the cellular analysis survey team.
Okay. And explain to the jury what the cellular analysis survey team is.
So the cellular analysis survey team, or CAST, is a group of
So catching us up. This is FBI dude. FBI dude basically is the dude in the FBI who analyzes literally all cell phone geolocation data. He has testified as an expert 130 plus times. It's a lot of freaking times as an expert. I don't know that I've ever seen an expert testify that many times. He knows everything about geolocation, which is a weird math-ish science. But his credentials were pretty epic. He didn't give us a whole lot. Kind of said that the things that we knew were what they knew. And now that I gave the recap, I feel like I don't have to have him walk through everything, but he did give a very lovely lecture. And they gave him a pointer, and it was really pretty. Watch.
The next slide. But at this point, I'm gonna let you take it away, sir.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case. Is the first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes. But I take these call detail records. I compare the cell tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers, and they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether that phone's in Charleston, whether that phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. And then, so the cell site locations, so the towers can change over time.
He's in
Just in the last
professor
couple of
mode.
years, we've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower list change, the towers change, and we get updated tower lists on a regular basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, so around
Thank
the
you,
time
Sarah
of
Lee.
June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces of equipment and we basically drove everywhere, all the way around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of it. Actually maps out the area of where there's coverage from those cell towers and cell sectors. And then, my conclusions. You can go on to the next. So this slide just shows different types of cell phone towers.
When the witness says to the attorney, so here's the funny thing. This is the witness. The attorney is supposed to ask questions of the witness. The witness is supposed to answer the questions. When the witness is holding the yardstick and pointing to a screen and looking at the attorney and saying, "You can flip to the next slide," that's a red flag. Now, I'm not saying they would have objected, because this witness, clearly having testified 130 fucking times as an expert, is giving an education. I mean, he was teaching a class. Professor FBI, You're teaching the jury all day. But in the course of a trial, when a witness looks at me and says, Mr. Morton, you may ask your next question, I might take a step back and try to reassess who's where, because the witness is in the witness box and the attorney is the one asking the questions. But shit just got reversed with this dude.
Okay, I draw your attention to the one on the top left. We have these speaker-looking devices hanging on this tower. Those are the antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone.
I know.
Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio.
I can't get there tonight, but I will.
As I drove here today, I tune into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere as along my route, there's a radio tower. It emits a signal at that frequency. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The major difference between a car radio and a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in two directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals.
But we saw the Nike.
The second thing about this is you'll know that you realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into three sides or three sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas.
Do you guys remember what the last time the question was asked? Because I kind of forgot. Isn't he the witness and aren't questions supposed to be asked? But you do you. Like, let's hear the lecture. I'm here for it because I honestly the triangulation stuff, it's interesting science and it's subject to a lot of cross. I'm very curious. Now, they didn't cross him very hard. I think they have an expert of their own, so we'll see.
There's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine tree. These are all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray painted antennas, and they provide the same service.
The ugliest things that have been introduced to modern society, the pine tree cell towers. I don't care what your opinion is. If you think those things look like pine trees, you are objectively wrong. They are horrible. And everyone knows what they are. You are not hiding shit.
As a regular tower such as this. Good. All right, so again, the tower is separated into three. Most towers are separated into three sides or three sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list and I have to look up tower number 23. And then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just two big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0,
Bumblebee Hill,
all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north. And then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the energy is being emitted. You can go on to the next one.
When was the last fucking question? You know when the last question was? The last time this witness asked the attorney asking him questions to flip to the next slide. That was the last question, and that was a solid minute and a half. We are now 6 minutes in the testimony, and the witness is asking the questions. This is not life. We're going to fast forward to the last witness of the day, this young man, and this is where we're going to close out the evening. I'm going to get caught up on super chats, and we're going to end with the young man at the end.
Ian.
Hey,
1.5.
good afternoon. How are you
Sorry,
doing?
guys.
Good, how about you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell the story a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school. Start there.
I'm from Haven, South Carolina. I graduated from Haven High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina. I graduated in 21.
Nathan, it's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know it's pull it as close as you can and just try to speak into it so we can all hear you. Okay, so I think you said you graduated high school 2018. You got a degree from where?
University of South Carolina.
And what field was it in?
Criminal justice.
Okay. And what year did you graduate USC?
21.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Waterboro Police Department.
All right. And describe your job responsibilities. What do you do as a Walterboro police officer?
I enforce the laws of the state and serve and protect.
Yep.
You work in road patrol right now?
Heather,
Yes, sir.
100%.
All right. Nathan, growing up in this area, were you childhood friends with Paul Murdaugh?
That's correct.
When's the first time you met Paul?
Lifelong friends. Very young age.
Growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us a little bit about Paul. What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He's very loyal, self-the-earth kind of guy, and would do.
Fucking rocking is back. Okay, sorry. The rocking has re-entered the conversation. It was absent for a while, but we needed it back. Caitlin Shepperson, the Monopoly board, gets thrown at the wall before the game starts because they all want to be the top hat. 100%. We're going to catch up on some questions and we're going to keep going. Robert Gavea let his baby, the law office he started with his partner, walk on their own. He is now a full-time creator. Please help support him on all platforms. Watching the Watchers, both of you are awesome. Kathy, thank you very much for that super chat. I do like Robert Gavea. He does a good job of just reporting news and he just reads a bunch of stuff that is already reported and just gives it to us in a format that makes sense. He hit 100,000 subscribers when his channel was demonetized or blocked. So there might be a wooden play button in creation. We're gonna do something. So we're gonna do something. I don't want to make promises, but I'm making a promise. Sarah Lee, Rob, don't you have trial? I was supposed to yesterday, but we settled at the very last second. And we talked about that earlier in the stream. It was a very good outcome for both parties. So I was very happy about that. Bop it. Thank you very much. Rob, I'm looking for your next drops. I am looking forward to your next shop stream. Doing a happy puppy dance in anticipation. I will get that set up, I promise. Kara Miller. I had an incredibly sad day. Thanks for the much needed distraction and for having such a kind-hearted chat. First time able to stay up for all of FNF. Kara, if you're still here, I hope that your day has gotten a little bit better and I hope you have found a few friends in the chat. Thank you for being here. And thank you for following the content. And stick around. I mean, we're almost done, but we all have those days. So hope we can lift you up a little bit. Heather, thank you. Hey, look, a lawyer that knows how to stay put. Yay. They don't know how to do that. They really don't. Kanji Cosmos. Worst part is when she did answer this in front of the jury, she didn't mention Maggie didn't care about the money. They could start over. This clearly shows she wasn't planning on leaving Alex at that time. Controversial opinion. Oh, don't hate me for this. The divorce, the contemplation of the divorce attorney meant nothing. It meant nothing. The ring on the bottom of the Mercedes meant nothing. It means nothing. I know that people want it to mean a lot. I really, really do. But the number of cases that I've handled of spouses that have relationships that are in any number of stages. I have husbands and wives that come to me that just have questions. That's it. They have no intention of leaving their spouse. They just want to know where they stand. They want to know that they have a little bit. Let's say this. Let's say that you and your spouse are arguing about things in the house. And the spouse says, well, dang it, I brought this into the marriage. And you're just going, is that true? And you don't know where to get the answer. So you talk to a lawyer. Not for a reason. You don't want to divorce your spouse. You just want to know whether what's going on is true. People have arguments. I don't like the argument testimony as motive foundation. It's very, very, very difficult because it requires a hell of a lot of speculation. And I've seen way too much shit. I've seen way too much shit to allow that type of evidence in. I've talked to too many spouses in great relationships who are just curious. What if one of my very best friends who wanted to talk to me about something not related? That's it. But I'm a divorce attorney. And now they want to call that or bring that into evidence as anything. You have to have more. The idea that she talked to somebody or the ring was somewhere, I'm not going to go that far in analyzing this marriage. Every single person's marriage is complicated. They are complicated on individual levels. And the facts are unique to each and every specific marriage. I don't care what Lifetime says. I don't care what any movies or drama says. I don't care what anyone else says. Unless you're in the room with those two people. And just those two people and both people, you don't know the whole story. I don't care if you're in the room with one person and they're telling you their whole life story. You don't know the whole story. That's why some of the comments that Maggie is making in that moment can be prejudicial, because you can read them in any number of settings. The number of people that I know that are going through a rough spot in their marriage where the spouse goes out and says completely false things because they want to talk to a friend in that moment. They want to talk and tell about their concerns. And I don't care if it's male or female, it doesn't matter. Should that then be used in a murder investigation? Whether or not it's true, that's my question. And I'm not going to make that stretch. I'm just not. My opinion, you can disagree. I appreciate disagreement. I love disagreement. It's great. And you're free to. I have been in the divorce practice for too fucking long. I have seen too much shit not to push back on that comment. So people can make comments about a lot of stuff, but the divorce crap, I'm not buying.
Anything for you at any given moment, amount of the time?
What kind of things that you all like to do together?
I go to hunt, fish, but just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Did you spend a lot of time together with Paul through the years?
I did, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone all the time, was he the kind of guy that if you needed something or reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you?
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if you missed the phone call?
Yes.
And would you expect him to pick up if you called him?
Yes.
All right. Did you get to know Maggie also?
They had Nike.
Tell us a little bit about her.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She always looked out for
Court TV.
Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, did you also spend a lot of time with Maggie?
That's correct.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I did.
I do too. Thank you, Lord.
Is Alex here today?
Yes, he is.
You tell me what
Yes,
what
he
is?
has. Alex has asked a lot of people to lie.
And did you get to know him very well?
I did.
Through the years. Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Mazzell? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Okay. Were you there when they moved or obtained Moselle and started using that as a residence?
I was.
When Moselle was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin, or the one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds, is that the dog kennels and the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin, I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay. And who put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically?
That's correct.
And where is it situated in regards to the hangar area?
A little bit closer to the highway.
How many feet or how far away?
100 yards maybe.
And so you lived there, you think you said for the summer?
Nope.
Just a semester.
Semester?
That goes both ways, KW and Y upstate.
All right. What was how would you describe yours
me
and
on the
Paul's
witness stand.
friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls?
That's correct.
And texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC.
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently?
No, sir.
At the college level? At the college years?
No, sir.
That's a good question.
When would you see him?
It's a
Would
good
you see him in the
question.
summers when school was out?
Good bit.
All right. And I think you mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
Did Paul have any guns that he favored? Ones that he kept on him and kept with him most of the time?
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about, however you want to describe those two guns.
The two guns that were with us most of the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
And the Black 300 blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Did you use it for hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some sort of sight. How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct digital camouflage pattern, and he had a gun strap that he's used since I've known him. And that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between? So we hear Benelli Super Black Eagle models, and I think we've heard 3 and 2 and 1. Do you know the differences between the various models?
I do.
Okay. So when you look at it, they have distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1.
Very subtle differences, but yes.
But you feel comfortable that you know the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. So,
Can you give me one of the 10 guns that are being introduced?
Evidence as States Exhibit 88.
I have to fast forward a little bit, guys, because I got to make it through. So we're handling the gun.
Or way
Let's
out,
get
leaving
to
the property?
gun.
yes, sir.
That would be what would normally happen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play what's been marked as. I'm going to show you what's been not marked, but enter into
Here for
evidence as
years,
States
I'm
Exhibit
still
297.
saying, like,
You have a little screen there. If you wouldn't mind watching that.
no
for
way
me.
AM takes a stand.
Listening.
No way.
Thank you.
Sawyer Harrison. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this question. I think they all will take that how they feel it. How many are going to listen to that instruction and honestly do it? I can't. The audio, that's audio is so loud.
So you would have continued to work there through the tragic events of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that.
That's correct.
Nathan, I'm gonna direct your attention to the weekend leading up to June 7th. Could you tell us a little bit about the any communications you would have had with Paul leading up to June 7th? Did you all talk any leading up to it?
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking about?
He was going to Charleston, I believe. Just talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How were you made aware of what happened? How did you find out?
I received a phone call from my mother the night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
And they called you because they knew you were close to Paul?
That's correct.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living with another friend of mine in Allendale County.
Gingy problem. You're right.
And did you go out there
He's a
that night?
dirtbag.
Did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
But yeah.
After
Gotta view it
these events,
impartially.
how did it affect you?
It was hard losing a really good friend and a really good person.
After these events, I think you said already, but you continued to work at the law firm?
That's correct.
How was Alex? Was he out of the office for some time leading after this event on June 7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming
John,
back
if
into
you're
the
still
office?
here,
A little bit.
send me the
Did
model.
you have
for
an
that.
opportunity or an
I'll build
occasion
one.
or multiple occasions to do running for Alex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this would be before the murder?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
If I need to pick up court documents from different law firms or courthouses, driving depositions, cash checks, some of the things.
Sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you cash checks for him?
That's correct.
All right, well, tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
Palmetto State Bank.
Go.
What were your instructions for that?
Cash check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office. And,
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
And just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
Very frequently.
Very frequent?
That's correct.
Many times?
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, is there ever any time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash, you're coming back with the cash and there's someone sitting in his office.
There was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
Okay.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay. And,
Alex's best friend.
okay. And who else?
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
When did Alex stop asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to run through the last super chats. I'm going to run this testimony for as long as I can, and then we're going to actually end the stream. So, all the ring proves is that the search of the car was beyond sloppy. Thank you, Maureen Griffin. I think you're probably right here. That's all I'm seeing there. Any other connection is calling for speculation. You cannot put yourself in the mind of one person when it comes to a marriage. It doesn't work that way. Sir, you're black. Sir, you're black. I have a legal question. Can a witness object to a confusion question? No, you cannot. However, you can ask for clarification or say, I don't understand the question, and have them repeat it. That's no problem. That's how I would approach that. Christina, thank you very much. But Tinsley, almost before then, you ask in questioning about it. So I'm a nurse, not a lawyer. But what if has dirt on Alec near what he did? He would have said it in direct. If he really had dirt that had a basis to say it, he would have said it. Crazy Cat Queen question, what kind of money can Tinsley get anymore? Murdaugh's going to jail and he's going to have to pay his former law group back. Right. Liens. To the extent that you can get Palmetto to lose priority on any of their liens because of malfeasance. If Palmetto State Bank was involved in some shady dealings, you might have the ability to set aside some liens. If you have a judgment against a person and Palmetto State Bank loses a lien against one of the properties, then you can proceed against the property and get some money back. There's money to be had, and Tinsley's the kind of lawyer that's going to find it. Amy T, question, am I the only one that thinks that the attorney arguing to yeet Tinsley sounds like the lawyer from TMZ in the Depp trial? I don't know. He has been my favorite lawyer to date. Most coherent arguments, least outrageous, and remembers the law. Not like the Carputlian. T-Mac, thank you very much. I cannot wait to see Ian's face. The last witness. We're here. We're here. And we're at the bags of cash part. I'm going to show him. I will. I promise you. He's going to have opinions. Misty Harris, the cash and police chief, came in at the end of the day. We are right there. B. Hartling, thank you very much. After 3 weeks of next to no objecting, the number of objections on both sides during Blanca's testimony sure stood out, and put a pin in it. That was the most dangerous witness for both sides. Both sides. That was finally some lawyering. We finally got to comment on law in this trial. My God. Tiffany Bernier, thank you very much. Blanca is amazing. I have one child, 13. My love and patience is all used up. Trust. Bless that woman. Indeed. Kathy Antonson, thank you very much. As of now, we know missing shoes, missing shirt, and 2 missing guns. Am I closer to guilty than I ever have been? But there's still doubt for me. Me too. I still have questions. T-Mac, someone put forth a good scenario. He hosed off the kennels, water puddle near the bodies. The hose was running at the time of the video, mind you, just saying, and went up to the house to change. It's a possibility. However, with the time constraints, I would like to suggest an alternative. What if, hypothetically speaking, there was a hose running down by the kennels and someone hosed him off or he hosed someone off? And then he walked up to the house and someone else stayed down by the kennels to do some additional hosing off and maybe wrap the guns in some object and maybe make Maggie's phone make some steps after the time that the state has projected her death being. That's a reasonable alternative, which if you believe 100%, if you believe what I just laid out, you are not allowed legally to convict him of the charge that the state has charged him with. That is my problem. The state rushed the prosecution. They might not have rushed the investigation. They sure as hell rushed the prosecution. There are scenarios that do not work with these charges. And that's one of them. And that's one that I am becoming more and more inclined to agree. Y'all gave me tons of crap for disagreeing with the behavior panel. I will give the clarification. I agreed with their analysis. I disagreed with their findings and conclusions based on the forensic evidence that we have in this trial. And I'll very likely be speaking to at least one of them tomorrow or Sunday or some other day. We're going to have a chat. So, yeah. Nick Loss, thank you very much. Judge has moved the goalpost so far. They began with American football and now are playing soccer. I think that if you got to make the right objection. Nick Loss, thank you very much. Just got the call. My godson just became a father, making me a grand godfather. Nick Loss, congratulations, my friend. Thank you for your continued support of the channel. And may you look after that child as they grow old. And may you guide them morally, ethically, in the right direction. Here for years, if he couldn't remember his question, why didn't he just ask the stenographer to read it back? It doesn't really work a lot that way. A lot of them just are speaking into the duck mask, the one I told you before, where they talk into the mask, but then they repeat it later, and then they transcribe based off that. So it's hard to get it read back to you. They're not just typing and they have the spool reading out. It's not the same way. The Depp trial, they paid for live transcription. That was epic. I've never seen money spent like that. Maureen Griffin, thank you very much. All the ring proves is that the search of the car was beyond sloppy. I agree. John, what size do you want? There are 3. Well, John, now I'm concerned. And also trying to remember the specifics of the super chat that you do not have to super chat. Do not super chat again. What am I asking about? What size am I asking for? Just drop it in the chat. Oh, the unicorn model. No. Unicorn model. Yes. Do not send me anything. John, just DM me the link. My Twitter has been floating around in the chat. DM me the link to purchase said model, and I will build the Unicorn Gundam It will be funny. I will enjoy the experience. And thank you, sir, for sharing and participating. That's awesome. Thanks, bud. Sarah Lee, my work schedule is ridiculous. I'm so thankful for you and this space. Sarah Lee, I am thankful that you come here often and engage courteously with the chat, and you disagree and agree, and you argue, and you make a point, and I honestly love all of that stuff. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch a few minutes more, and then I'm going to get out of here because I'm exhausted, and it's almost 2 a.m.
I believe it was a few weeks before the murder. So
A few weeks, you've been doing this a lot. In a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity, or were you assigned to assist, or let me ask you this, do you know who Jeannie Seconder is?
I,
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in 2021 range?
she was my immediate supervisor.
And were you ever, after the events of June 7th, were you assigned and tasked to assist her in her investigation of financial improprieties within the firm?
In some ways, yes.
All right. All right, and continuing, you were assigned to assist Jeannie, and what kind of things were you doing in that capacity?
We would go through different cases. She would have me get cases from probate court, and go through and highlight clear checks, and if I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Did you understand the scope and what you were looking for? Did she kind of involve you in that?
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2021, specifically July 4th, or July 4th timeframe. You have that in your brain?
I do.
Did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was still a runner, and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport, so that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July.
Where'd he get that money? I'm sorry. That was insult. Where'd the money come from? Sure. Just Florida Keys, private jet. I'm going to drive you to the airport.
4th weekend or July 4th timeframe?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance? Did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name.
And do what? And beat the boat case?
Beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder?
That's correct.
That is completely fucking irrelevant. I'm sorry.
Thank you for
That's
indulgence.
Yes, sir.
all right. No, we're gonna. There's not a lot to be gained by that witness, to be honest. It's just more. The prosecution's entire case. All right, I'm going to try and be as concise as I can in this analysis. I'm going to fail miserably. You know what? I need a reset moment. Reset moment. It's a terrible sound. I think that's not. No, I hit it again. Go away. Stop. Why is the button so big? Stop. I don't like that. So here's the thing. They're still losing the forest through the trees. The problem that I have is that you had Blanca, and Blanca was the person that brought us back to the actual murder. And Blanca was the person that brought us the evidence that we would actually want to see to convict Alex Murdaugh of the actual crimes with which he is accused. There is still a massive timeline problem. And the massive timeline problem is 8:44 Snapchat, 8:50, 8:44, 8:48, text message and locking of the phone. 9:06 departure from the property. That timeline, clothing evidence aside, and even with the clothing evidence, clothing evidence brought me closer to thinking that it could be guilty. But even with a circumstantial case must, with all circumstances, lead you to beyond a reasonable doubt of the actual acts of murder. Not just a speculation that leads you to thinking down a road of John Grisham novels or Lifetime movies, or what if he did it, or if he did it this way. Here's the thing. If you are asking yourself, he could have, if that is what you're saying, if what you're saying is he could have done A, B, C, or D, you must acquit. If the answer that you are saying, hang on, we're doing a prop. We're doing the prop because we're gonna be doing a dramatic closing. Not really dramatic, just traumatic, not dramatic. Because I think that's how life works on Friday when it's after 2 a.m. If there is a question in your minds, and the question is, he could have done it this way. He could have done something A, B, C, D, E, and he could have done something like that. If it was possible that he shot this way, did this, did that, and if you are answering the question saying, it could have happened that way, you know what the answer is? Acquittal, not guilty. It's the burden that we place on the state. And that's the burden that we place on the law. Because the law and the state have the ability to incarcerate you forever and take away your life, liberty, and all of the things. And they can do that after admittedly completely botching a terrible investigation. This is so weird. So the answer is, if there are questions, you have to acquit. How many of you are sitting here saying, not it happened this way, and feeling convinced that it happened this way, but it could have been this way? If you're on the side of it could have happened this way, then the answer right now is you must acquit. I will tell you, after today's evidence, I am far, far, far closer to the prosecution's side. But I got pissed off when they went back to the financials. Stop trying to make me speculate. Prove the fucking case. That's where I am. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm tired of the financial trial. We have finally made it to the actual criminal trial, but then all of a sudden they went back to the financial trial. Fuck. So Friday was Friday. It was a day. I don't know what I am right now. It's 2:00 in the morning here. I don't know what I am. So, did I just quote Sandlot? Unintentionally. Unintentionally. That was not intended the way it is. Island, I finished the gift I've been knitting on trial. You could have come. How many things could you have knit this trial? It was just, where are we? What's happening? What is happening, people? Jan E. Wallace, thank you very much. Go up for Saturday morning clinic at work. You are still on lots to catch up on and replay. There's a bit tomorrow. We have some. Thank you, Jen. Enjoy the day. Happy Saturday to you, my dear. The Game Maker. Why is the button so big? That's what she said. Oh, Andy, I don't like you and I like you. And thank you very much. He tells a lawyer He's not a mind reader. Thank you. That's true. Sarah Lee, I mean, I don't disagree often, but love you, Rob. Sarah, I love the disagreement because that's discussion. Island, I caught that one earlier. Make sure I'm not missing anything else. Sarah, yep, I caught that one earlier. We're happy that you're here and enjoying your time. Y'all, someone made a comment that made me self-conscious. It drives me nuts. Someone said, you only started saying y'all after a certain point. Said that for a while. Just, I haven't been as tired as I've been on stream for quite some time. I can also say chancla. Y chancleta. So we can say all kinds of things, but Blanca was my favorite. I liked her a lot. Gabby, thank you very much. Thank you for the entertainment through a 12-hour CNC shift. Thank you, Gabby. I'll fire up my CNC this weekend. We're going to have some fun. Okay, guys, it was a long evening. We are 5 hours and 45 minutes in. I need sleep, like real bad. Ian is probably asleep before I'm going to be asleep. That actually says a lot about a lot. Checking, no tweets. I don't see anything. I think he might still be alive. I hope he's still alive. So, to all of you out there, I say to you, next week, as the trial begins, let's keep our minds open, our ears listening, and our eyes watching. That's the creepiest one with the small hands. It's like the grazing of the eyelashes. Oh, that's horrible. They're so creepy. That's so creepy. Anyways, I love you all. Good night. Happy Friday. I hope you enjoy your weekends. Thank you for being here and sticking through for a marathon live stream of almost 6 hours. Y'all are some rock stars, and let's see where this trial goes. So cheers to all of you. I have to take the small hand off of the actual hand in order to hit the buttons that I need to hit. Marjorie, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And good evening to you all, and may you have a pleasant weekend, and I'll see you next time.